2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, what we always ask each and every day, scale of 1 to 10, how are you feeling? There are no wrong answers, okay? I'm going to say it again. We've got a new moon coming up. It's going to feel a lot like a full moon. It's going to feel a lot like a full moon. I just wrote a whole article about it over on the stack. You can find it in the Mystic Meditation section. But let's talk a little bit about why you may be experiencing so much of this intensity as we're leading up into this new moon energy. So one of the things that we've been talking about has to do with working through the observation that we read for here relationship cycles. We talk about the characteristics and qualities that we see leading into each relationship cycle. And the truth is, we see that one of the relationship cycles that we were experiencing recently feels like it's coming to a close. This was a relationship cycle that effectively started or opened at the time of the Capricorn new moon that we received around January 18th of this year. What has been some of the major themes that have been identified as it relates to relationship right now? Working through the understanding and recognition that in order to step out, right, in order to find a deeper comfort zone, one must be able to step out of one. It's working through the cringe. It's working through the frustration. It's working through the shadow work to a certain extent. There's a lot of feelings that potentially come up as we're navigating expansion processes. What is very significant and important to recognize there? The ability to identify and know the self is what effectively anchors us through change. And this is what you'll often notice, right? This is why when you're not feeling really grounded in the self and there's a lot of change happening at once, it becomes very easy to feel out of place, out of sorts, distorted, feeling those modalities or experiences by which you feel overwhelmed. But, and this is why we talk about the fact that the work that we do to be able to heal not only ourselves, but our relationships is so important. When we are firmly anchored in ourselves, that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that we feel energetically repressed, but we effectively feel fortified. And that recognition and that understanding of knowing ourselves allows us the ability to effectively move through things with better alacrity, right? That's the difference between feeling, right? Feeling like tossed, as it were, tempest tossed is what I like to describe it, through the winds of change versus the ability to be a steadying force, not only for the self, but for those that are around the self. It's not easy work, but it's not easy work. And I think that it's really important to notice and understand that there's something really beautiful and profound about the observation that going through the experiences that we've been going through with this energetic cycle, there's something really profound and beautiful in seeing that we started this energetic cycle with the Capricorn new moon. And it feels very strongly like we're closing it out with the Taurus new moon, because it's very interesting to see the transformation that occurs between Capricorn and Taurus, right? What do we often see are some of the lessons that we observe when we're going through Capricorn season. Capricorn is often working through finesse, it's working through sophistication, it's understanding the underpinnings of something so that one can modify and adjust it in a way that feels like it is beautiful and profound, right? And you often see those with Capricorn placements that have that quality or experience. It's like, like the most subtle, sophisticated energy you'll often meet is a Capricorn that's worked through that beautiful gift that we bring as it relates to refinement and subtlety. Now, that doesn't mean that Capricorn energy does not know how to apply force when necessary, right? That's what those horns are for. But the work that one effectively is able to navigate allows the space by which something can be possible. Now, this is very intriguing when we look at this from the perspective of Taurus placements or those who work through Taurus lessons. Taurus lessons are those who are very good, right? They're very good at honing a craft. They're very good at working into what we like to describe as majestic or majestic energy, because the modality by which one is able to really, really identify a niche, right? And you'll often see this with those with Taurus placements, like having that niche allows one to be able to refine and perfect it. However, and this is the work that we see, and this is why I think it's kind of beautiful that we see that a lot of this work that we're going through right now with the world card, right? These being world lessons that have been happening during this period, have been happening bookmarked, like kind of nestled in between those two new moon periods, because Capricorn and Taurus have a little bit of the same work that is necessary as it relates to the quality of change, right? There's a little bit of similarity there in terms of holding on to something and working through the quality and the understanding that change, right? Change does not arrive to damage expertise, right? Change arrives to make our expertise exquisite. But this is often something that's very difficult for those with Capricorn and Taurus placements to sometimes work through, right? It's like not working through the aversion to change, but the ability of understanding a little change, right? A little change, not too much, right? Not too much change, not too much change, but just a little bit of change every day allows one to effectively become better in navigating it. And that's effectively what we've been seeing has been happening right now for a lot of the relationships that have been coming together during this period. And talking first towards a lot of that energy and solitude, we see that these are relationships, individuals who are potentially healing the relationship with the self because they're protecting their transformation. And we understand that when we are protective of our transformational processes, that's us protecting our peace in the best way possible, right? Because that's why we talk about the fact that often the feeling of protecting peace rarely feels peaceful, because it's the observation of being able to honor the changes that we found within us that allow us to be able to understand and recognize the quality of the activation of peace in the directions that feel that they're fortifying and stabilizing. Not easy work, but it's not supposed to be easy. We also see that there may be some situations and circumstances by which feelings from the past are coming up. Okay, I got to be honest. Jupiter has been chilling out in Cancer for a long time. That is some deep, deep sentimentality and nostalgia that one has to go through, right? There's this like there's there's Jupiter in Cancer plumbing the depths of the unconscious, being like, remember this? Look what I have found. You know what I mean? There's just Jupiter in Cancer pulling stuff out of the vault, being like, "Woo, look at this." And sometimes it can feel a little, but here's the beautiful thing about this, which is the observation of being able to understand, right? The quality of nostalgia that changes in the context of the present self. The observation and the understanding of being able to see something anew again in the delightful process of the fact that we have changed. And that's the thing about it, right? If you're doing change right, you're going to be nostalgic about things, but not overly sentimental, right? And what does that mean? Because nostalgia, the difference between nostalgia and sentimentality is nostalgia is the ability to look at something, right? Nostalgia is the ability to look at something with an observation of the quality and condition by which one is seeing something from the present context. Sentimentality is the desire or longing to go back to a place. So that's what we also see maybe healing right now for a lot of those energies in solitude, identifying the difference between nostalgia and sentimentality. For a lot of these new relationships that are coming together right now, this could also be articulating or building into the conversation about the past. But the one thing I want to describe about some of these new relationships that are coming together is there is an avid eagerness that we potentially see there. And the avid eagerness that we potentially see in some of these circumstances and relationships have a lot to do with the observation and the understanding of being able to build into relationships that feel a sense of delight in relationality to being able to navigate healthy potential. And what do we mean by healthy potential? This is not the observation of a singular potential, right? When we have when we enter a relationship with singular potential, that is always a danger zone, right? Because that is looking at another person and saying, "Oh, I can change them." Red flag everywhere when one is going into a relationship like that, because that is the distortion, right? That is going into a delusional partnership framework. But rather these are relationships that have mutual potential, the eagerness and the avidness that they themselves are experiencing in relationality to where the relationship itself can go, and feeling a lot of that vibrancy in terms of the positivity is what effectively is allowing the context of identifying or building into a sense of delight, a sense of delight in terms of what the future holds. Now, this brings us into the moon relationships that have been coming together from the time of that new moon that we experienced in Capricorn, leading into the Uranus that went station retrograde all the way back in September. I would not be surprised a lot of these relationships that we're currently seeing right now moving into deeper relationship pathworks. Now, and I got to describe this. There's something really important to notice about those relationships that were coming together during that period, because what we saw that was effectively happening, it was very hard for me to read into them. They were moon relationships. And whenever we're reading into moon relationships, there's always going to be a quality and condition by which there's something there that is somewhat obfuscated. But we see that the reason that those relationships were having such a slow time coming together had a lot to do with the fact that they had or held a lot of trauma as it related to partnership, some kind of experience by which they felt like the same thing that attracted counterpart to them was the thing that another person tried to describe that they were revolted about as they were leaving. And this can often identify, right? Remember when I said, Remember what I just said about someone entering a relationship in a delusional state, right? The observation that when we're building into healthy relationship, we don't look at another with the quality of the change that we hope to elicit from them, but with the mutual delight and observation and relationality to where something is going. So, what's happening in these relationships that's so profound right now, which is why we potentially see that some of them are moving with so much alacrity into deepening partnership commitments, is the observation of a relationship that has the ability to hold the comprehensive self, not just one facet of the self, not feeling like one has to hide the phases of the self in order to occupy the relationship. But these are relationships that can handle each other in all of their phases, navigating the enormity of the relationship that is allowing them to be able to pursue their purpose with a sense of expediency that they've never had before, because they don't need to put so much time and attention in concerns as it relates to the health of the relationship. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships. And the temperance relationships were focused on the lessons that we see in the temperance card. And they were coming together between the time of the Uranus retrograde that we experienced early in September, leading into that solstice period that we had this summer. And I got to stress, this is just to go to show you that it's not just being in divine union does not mean that everything's smooth sailing. We've been seeing argumentation there. But why do we see argumentation right now for energy that's deep within divine union? They're healing their relationship to anger, right? There's all those planets, right? What are all those planets doing right now? What are all of those planets right now doing sitting in Aries? They're healing. All those planets that are sitting in Aries right now. And I just want to show you. I never want to hear another nasty thing about anyone talking about the fact that Aries is warlike, okay? Because what do we all have? What do we have that we see that's happening right now in relationship perspectives? We've got a lot of planets in Aries. And what do we see that the relationships are doing? They're healing their relationship to argumentation. They're noticing the difference. They're recognizing the difference between fighting with someone and against someone, right? Because if there is something about trying to move in the same direction, but having different ideas in relationality to how to get there, that sense of alignment, right? That sense of alignment, even in the midst of argument, is fortifying the strength. It's hammering into the relationship. It's the ardor, right? It's the argument that becomes ardor, that becomes armor, because they recognize that they're not arguing with each other because of a feeling of revulsion, but rather because of the passion that they feel for one another and the desire to effectively build into the context of moving towards their purpose as well as they possibly are able. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work right now, there may be like and even in the space by which there may be a lot of feelings coming up, they may be feeling stronger than ever in relationship because it doesn't feel like the type of relationship where they have to pretend that everything is fine when it's not. It's the space by which they feel the ability to express all of their feelings and have them heard. And not only have them heard, have them be able to observably change something that makes the relationship stronger in the process. Now, that's where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos, the place where we keep or the place where we keep the photos, or you can find it over on as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack because we've got tarot class next week and you still have time to join up if you'd like to join us. Our tarot class is going to be held on Friday, May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. Now, if you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the materials are there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive and the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been experiencing on based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently. I just released it last night. If you want to get some updates on this new moon that's coming up, that's going to feel a lot like a full moon, you can head over to the stack and you can find it there. Finally, I want to let you know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, spiritual goals, and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a budget, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we're going to meet weekly or bi weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, let me know in the comments how this energy has been impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. Also, that said, the list is now open. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the first person read for. The first person on the list each day always has an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways right now if you're joining us over on the Clock app. The first giveaway we're going to be doing is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway we're going to be doing is a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So thank you so much for already tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. I'm going to now take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that have been coming through over on the Clock app and over on the place where we keep the videos. I hope you guys are having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. Oh my gosh, what is that? I've never seen that one before. Thank you so much for that gift, Bridget. Good to see you today. And welcome. How are you doing today, Aaron? Thank you for the compliment. I know. Absolutely. Um, you're just trying to start the day with like some subtle questions about the meaning of life. Yes, it's a very good book. I'm familiar with that answer. Life happened to my hair, Melissa. I got to point out codification. There's anywhere you could be right now on the internet and you choose to be here with me. So if you want to stick around and spout mean things, then that's clearly something that you need to work through in your own heart space. I've got a very simple rule for these spaces. It's the same rule that I hold for everything. You can stick around as long as you're kind, as long as you're kind to the people in the chat, and as long as you're kind to me. It's the simplest rule, and I hope you have a better way to start your day. It's too early to be spouting meanness like that. It's not a good way. It's not a good way to start your energy. Oh, and sending you support as well. How are you doing today? Welcome, Beastwood. Thank you for joining us. And Babyface, thank you for the follow. Bertha, thank you for the follow as well. And how are you doing today, Kathleen and Nixia? Ryan, how are you doing today? Avatar, Grand Rising, good to see you, Ryan. And Adam, thank you for those heart me's. Those joining us over on the Clock app, please make sure that you recharge your heart me's. If you would like an animal oracle card on top of your one card, I will also point out to those joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there also entitle you to free one cards each day as well. That's very kind of you to say, Tim. And thank you as well, Ammo, for the follow. Hi there. Thank you, Lisa, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Helen, I'm an Aries. Thank you. You are so welcome. I feel like this last Aries season may have felt very healing for those with Aries placements. Thank you for the follow. Lisa, I love the quote and the things to assist us as we move through it. Oh, thank you. Here's the thing with the quote. I love that quote, but I was worried. I was worried. I don't know what I was worried about. I was like, I mean, for me, I'm like, I hope others understand this quote as well as I understand it. I don't know. It's like Buckmeister sometimes has a way of talking that can be like I find it very important, like very significant. But I really means a lot to me that you appreciated that quote. How are you doing today, Bridget? Good to see you. Hi there, Mo. I am well. How are you doing today, dear? And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there. Kempi, why do you say donation? So it's a donation in the space by which I offer a free reading every day. And the space by which I do so, and one of the things you'll notice if you're here for readings, is that often often the reading that one person gets for themselves is something that another person needs to hear. This is how the guides work. The guides work in the space by which they're able to build collaboratively in terms of delivering messages. So when I say donation, the donation aspect of it isn't just necessarily the space by which it's donation, because it's a suggested donation of that amount or more by which I give back to you in the form of that donation in the form of a reading, but also in the fact that the reading itself is a donation to the collective. Because every time an individual receives a donation here, more times than not, a part of that reading contains something that another person in this room needs to hear. That's the beauty of connecting with spirit. And I appreciate the question, and I appreciate you asking it. And I hope that works to help you understand why. Grand Rising Row. I know it's Friday. It doesn't feel like Friday. It's a weird Friday. Time's a little wibbly wobbly right now. Hi there, Random. What's up? Oh, trust me, I understand. Oh, I love the fact that you understand it, dear. I do. And how did your sound bath go? You got to start posting that stuff. Go post it in the disco, right? This is ephemeral. This chat space is the one thing that bothers me about the Clock app's chat space. It's ephemeral, right? You go post in the disco, it's there, okay? I made a whole products and services page so that those in the collective can tout what they're offering to others. So go take advantage of it. Understand how you doing today. And again, just a reminder to those who are paid members or super fans, paid members over on the place where we keep the videos, and super fans over on the Clock app. If you don't have access to the disco and would like access to the disco, just message me directly and I will send you that invite link. Okay, it's one of the gifts that you receive for membership. So make sure you're taking full advantage of it. Hi there, Random. How are you doing? I've been in your live before and asked you for a reading, but you fell asleep listening to my voice. Here's the thing about it. You're not the first person that has stated that. And I need to stress this. I consider that the highest compliment, because there's something very important to notate as it relates to human beings, that when human beings fall asleep around you, it's because they feel safe. So even if like I can't tell you that a fact that I've had individuals come in here and that it's not uncommon for them to fall asleep before their reading. Rest assured, the one thing I will point out is if you ever get on the list for a reading, I will never read for you until I confirm that you're present for it. If you're not present at the time that you've sent a donation, you get put on the hold list. You can return back at any time for that reading, so long as you remember the date that the reading was requested. It's the only thing I ask for you in return. If you're going to reach for a held reading, I need to know the date. Okay. And those who are here will attest. I've had individuals ask me for a reading a year later. A year later, it's been that far. I've had individuals be like, "Yeah, I was here a year ago," and I will give them, and I'll find their reading. They'll get their reading. That is, you never lose your reading here. Hi there, dear. Lisa, I love hearing you explain that word. I've always wondered too. It was actually the best one I've done on live. I know I need to post it. Oh, amazing. You're so welcome, dear. Your voice is very relaxing. When I woke up, I was like, oh no, it's okay. But as I said, and I will point out, if you paid for a reading that day, I would not have read for you if you fell asleep, unless you said that you were like, unless you fell asleep during the reading. But this is also why you can find most of my sessions recorded over on the place where we keep the videos. Welcome to everybody joining us on the place where we keep the videos. So also like we kind of work very studiously to make sure that nobody's going to miss their reading here. Oh, that was your sister. Oh, she saved that reading for so long. She saved it for so long. Putting me through my paces. Putting me through my paces. It's okay. It's all right. We found it. Absolutely. And I hope you have a wonderful day as well, Tim. I have no idea what you mean in relationality to. I have to stress this here, Cody. There's no requirement to have to exchange money in order to be here. So again, I hope you find where I hope you find what you're looking for. Thank you, Jonathan, and I appreciate the compliment. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the first person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here, life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love reading, pet readings, animal spirit readings, Kashik, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that is relevant for the purpose of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, include it in the notes when you send the donation, or post it in our subscriber only Disco channel that is available to both super fans and to paid members. Lisa, thank you for being the first person on the list for today. You'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second. If you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list for the reading, all I need to know from you is the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back. That said, we are going to be doing a unique read today because we've got this very intense new moon coming up, and I wanted to do a full moon, new moon reading. So we're basically going to read upon what we worked through in the last moon's lunation cycle and what we have coming up in the new one. That said, before we get started on today's daily collective, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. Oh, thank you, dear. I've been liking them too. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bridget wrote the boat. I mean, I kind of like, I get it. I get it. I get like, you know, sometimes there's no wrong answers when we say like follow your first impression. I just want to point out, I get it. Well done. It was a seal. But I will actually say I feel like Bridget got closest because there does seem to be something there on the horizon. I totally meant both. Happy Friday, Per. Good to see you as well. All right, my friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate that. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And if you want to get on the list today for a reading, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for once we complete the Daily Collective. How are you doing today, Happy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. And also, just a reminder for those who are joining us, we've got 2 giveaways happening right now. When we get to 50K over on the Clock app, I will be gifting a free reading back to the collective. And when we will be gifting a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective. Random, to get on the list for today, all you need to do is send the donation payment. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. And if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant to our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Thank you for the help, Per. Adina, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Had an absolute beautiful podcast with them. You can find it over on her site or over on my stack. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, May 15th, 2026. We are going to be doing a full moon, new moon reading. We're going to look at what we were working through in the full moon, and then we're going to be moving into what we're working on with this new moon that's coming up tomorrow. We're going to be starting our reads today. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial card system. I've got the cards here. Can I get 3 cards, please? Whoop. Just starting off with a bang today. Just starting off with a bang. Did you see how fast that card came up? It's like Queen of Cups just throwing themselves out of the deck, like blasting the doors off of something. And you know, the thing about it, I like to point this out. I feel like this is really important when we're taught. We got to talk. And I love, like, here's the I love, guys. I'm just gonna be honest. I loved. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of a Scorpio. I'm a big fan of a Scorpio full moon in Taurus season. Because here's the thing about it. It's incongruous. Okay? It's incongruous. And the reason I say it's incongruous is it's working through the observation or the understanding of what we effectively identify or recognize that we ourselves are working through, right? Don't ever assume anything. Don't ever assume anything when you're going through a Scorpio full moon in Taurus season, because it's the observation and the understanding. Like, the one thing I like to point out, you never know, like, one never understands the full breadth of what is happening, right? But the space by which one is able to effectively work through something in the best way possible allows for transformations to occur. And I think that that's very valuable and important that we are effectively seeing there. And that's why I know it seems a little, and that's what's so interesting about it, because when I'm going to read for that energy, I bet you're saying to me that the first thing you wouldn't think about was the Queen of Cups. But I want you to recognize that the way the card came out talks about the fact that this is a very different Queen of Cups. Okay? Like this is like kindness. Like wild idea. Why don't we put some kind on the situation? Right? Like that's what I like. Like that's what I like right out of the gate, right? Like that's what I like about the Queen of Cups jumping out of the deck, which is the observation of just like just put a little kind on it, right? Just put a little kind on it. See if the kind fixes it, right? And this is often something that we this is not often something that we don't recognize or realize, right? The observation or the quality by which we're effectively able to by which we're able to energetically work through things allows us to be able to build into a deepened sense of energetic stability. It's the observation and the understanding of what we are working towards that allows transformational things to occur in that context, right? It's beautiful because it's working through that depth. And I like it too because particularly and especially when we think of a lot of that energy, the the thing you often have to recognize is bitterness. Bitterness is like bitterness is basically the equivalent. Like when you carry bitterness, there's only one person. There's only one person that gets hurt when we carry bitterness towards things. And who is the person that gets hurt when we carry bitterness towards things? It's often the self, right? And the thing you have to understand, and this is the thing about it, when we talk about the fact that bitterness corrupts, and when you recognize the quality by which bitterness corrupts, then you work really hard to effectively resolve bitterness within the self. Because um, bitterness, right? Bitterness does not find a path to betterness, right? Like you can't be sitting there. You're not going to find a better. You're not going to find better if you're building a bitter path, right? You're not going to find better. What are you doing? And you'll see somebody. You'll be like, "What are you doing there?" I'm building a bitter path. Being like, "Where's it going? I don't know. I don't know." Like, like, which just seems like you're digging down. Like, I don't know if it's actually gonna like, I don't know. I mean, okay, like I get, like it doesn't. Bitterness builds into a dwelling place, right? Like that's the thing that's so important to recognize. And when you realize that, and here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. That doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that you have to go around with the false illusion, right? That doesn't mean you have to go around with the false illusion of working through something that energetically bothers the self, right? It doesn't mean that you have to basically pretend that everything is fine. But the thing about I like to point out is when something bothers us, this is why we talk about the fact that our lips are blessed. Because I'll tell you right now, if you feel weird talking about it, you probably shouldn't be bitter about it. Right? Like that's the truth. Like that's why we talk about the fact that the words are blessed, like the breath is blessed, because if there's something that gets caught, if there's something that gets caught like between here and here, then that's an internal problem. Okay, like that's an internal problem. So I feel like this is really important, and I think it's also beautiful too because it talks to us about the scorpionic journey. And the thing about the scorpionic journey is the path of purification, right? It's understanding that it's not about the poison that we receive, but it's about what we do, right? It's about what we do with the conditions around us, right? It's the work that's to be done. And so we see, like, that's why I like to see that Queen of Cups just launching, like just literally launching, throwing themselves out of the deck when we're talking about that recent full moon energy, because it's the eagerness, right? It's the eagerness that we effectively bring to things that allow us to be able to address things even better, right? It's the delight and the it's the delight and the eagerness by which we're able to arrive to things, and in the context by which we arrive to them, right? Then our presence makes something profoundly better if we're working towards that same energy. Now, continuing our read, if I can get the center card for today's spread, we've got the Empress. Woo! Look at this. Look at all these cards we got here. We got the Empress in its upright. We got the Empress in its upright here, and look at these two cards together. Look at this. Mm, that's nice. That's quite nice. I like that. And here's the thing about it. And I'm not surprised to see these two cards given the fact that we're in Taurus season. Okay? Because, and I'm sure you know that there's often those that draw a correlation to this card in terms of some of the lessons we see in Taurus. I've got a little bit of a different thing there, but again, you have to take my classes to understand my different take on stuff. But the thing about it is, and I want to describe and I want to show you, there are some cards, that we see in the deck that build into there's harmony quotients between them, and these two cards have a harmony quotient, and I'll show you exactly why they have a harmony quotient, because they build into one another. They're and this is why I love Pamela Coleman Smith, because they were an absolute genius when it came to artistry. These are harmonic. Like, this is its own card, and I guess I'm just going to show you guys, so if you can see it, then you can see it. Right? You see that? You see what I'm talking about here? Okay. So this is a harmonic. This is basically, these are harmonic cards together, because, and I want to describe this, that what do we see? What do we see and recognize in relationality to these two energies that are working? And I want to describe this, right? working beside one another working beside one another, but very, very different, right? Because, and this is the blessing. This is the blessing that occurs when we feel very strongly anchored within ourselves. What is the blessing that occurs when we feel very strongly anchored in ourselves? When we feel very strongly anchored in ourselves, right? Then it's the modality by which we effectively heal, right? We heal from insecurity, right? We heal from insecurity, because it's the modality by which, right, the space by which we stand in the presence of each other builds harmony, right? It builds harmony. And that only happens when we stop comparing ourselves. And this is interesting too, because you have to understand, when we say comparison is the thief of joy, you have to understand when you're doing something and you're spending every minute comparing yourself to something else, why would you? That's not your own path, right? When you think about it, like, why, if you recognize the fact, like, imagine a world where everyone has their unique path, right? And if you recognize the fact that everybody's got their unique path, why would you spend a single solitary minute comparing your path to another person's? Why would you do it? And that's the hard part about it. Trauma likes to paint similarities. I want you to remember that too. Trauma likes to paint similarities. in the modality by which another person articulates that they can't tell the difference, right? And I want to describe this too, okay? Because there's something very important that I see there as well. Because and this is, it's funny because I like to say trauma likes to play dumb is the best way I describe it. And when I say play dumb, okay, is because the reason trauma likes to play dumb is because trauma realizes that when one is working through similarity, then the quiet message that one delivers to another is the space by which someone says, I really can't tell the difference, right? And the quality by which another person identifies or tries to articulate the fact that they can't tell the difference is the modality or the experience by which another person is trying to effectively hurt another by saying, like, to like trauma tries to articulate the fact that they can't identify our uniqueness. But when you understand that that is something that someone intentionally does, right, changes things. It changes how you perceive the desire to want to paint everything with a similar brush. Because when one is desiring to paint things with a similar brush, you can usually tell that you're in a trauma environment because it's not understanding that everything, like all of us, are unique paint in that paint box, right? It's the understanding that builds into that refinement that allows us to be able to achieve things that we haven't achieved before. So I feel like there's something very beautiful there because it's the observation that when we heal from our own insecurity, right? The beauty that we find is being able to build relationships with those. We build relationships with those by which the similarities feel beautiful because it allows us to feel less solitude, less from a place of solitude. Now, this brings us into the third card in that full moon that we just experienced. And that is, ooh, look at that. We got that three. We got that. It's got that three of pentacles, man. We got that nice three of pentacles here. And there's a lot of like, there's a really nice curvature. It's going to sound a little hard to describe, but there's a beautiful curvature that we see in these three cards, because the curvature that we see in these cards talks about, and I like to point this out, there's something about this that, like, the best way I can just show you guys, and if you can see it, you can see it. If you can't, you can't. I'll just show it to you. I'll see if you guys can see what I'm seeing. All right. So can you see the curvature in these cards? There's a connection point. And so when we see a harmonic curvature, then it shows us the fact that there's a harmonic meaning in these cards, because it's the observation that one is able to move into that basically speaks to us, that says, a solid foundation is created by those who have found inner security, right? Because this is why we talk about the rock, right? This is why we talk about the foundation of a rock requires stable energy. Because here's the thing about it: if you're spending every minute questioning yourself, right? If you're spending every minute questioning yourself, right, then the overthinking doesn't allow anything to get done, right? The overthinking, the overthinking doesn't allow things to get done. But the space by which, right, the space by which we work to effectively understand and amplify and build into, right, like build into stabilization, then that is like, it's more of the space by which you effectively identify and roll up your sleeves, right? It's like, it's like, what are we working on here? Like, what are we looking at? And so I think that this is really interesting because, and I like to point out, there's something about this energy that talks about, there's something that we're seeing about this energy that specifically talks about assessing, right? And the space of assessing is the space by which you move around something, right? Like you move around something to get a better sense of what you're energetically looking at. And so I like this because it says to me, like, this is what we see with stable energy, which is the stable energy that builds into the context of, like, it's interesting because it's like, it's almost saying to me, stable energy isn't always yesing things, but it's a space by which, again, one works to see more, right? So it's like, let me see what we got here. Like, I almost feel like it's the energy that says, let me see what we got here before I tell you what we should do with it. Right? Like, let me walk around it. Let me get it. Let me get a sense. Like, let me get a sense of what we're dealing with. And that's exactly what we can expect, right? Like, that's exactly what we can expect when we're navigating Scorpio full moon and Taurus season, because it's the understanding that before you can be prescriptive, you need to be perceptive, right? Before you can be but before you become prescriptive, you must be perspective, because often, like the fool path, right? The fool path is paved by someone who looks at something quickly, decides that they know what that is, and continues to move along, right? Like, that is not, like, that is the space by which we often see that another's, like, it's another shortness that often creates the space by which we don't understand, right? Like the fallacy of a first glance versus the ability and the depth to be able to see something from all of its particular facets. That's some heavy full moon energy to be moving into this new moon with. Now let's talk a bit about what we see with this new moon coming up. Can I get three cards, please? We're going to start first. A lot of clearing. And I'm going to tell you right now, you've heard me say this new moon's going to feel a lot like a full moon. First card. Look at that. I love it. We got the Seven of Swords in its reversal. And why are we effectively seeing the Seven of Swords in its reversal there? And I like to see a Seven of Swords in its reversal, because and you guys know what I often say with the Seven of Swords. You guys know what I'm kind of known for saying with the Seven of Swords. You know, if you know what I'm going to say, you know what I'm going to say. We don't go back to the sword. We don't go back to the sword store for puppies or for kittens or or like we there's only one thing at the sword store, right? And this is often, right? This is often what happens when we recognize that we're not on the right healing journey, right? Because often the space by which, like, the thing I like to point out with the Seven of Swords and its reversal is when we get overly invested in trying to understand why someone hurt us, instead of just letting the hurt be the closure. You they're like, that's like, that is literally the space. And here's the thing about it, because you have to understand it. I'm going to say right now, trauma, there's no logic in a trauma environment. Those who are though, and here's the sad truth about it, and this is why we work to heal our trauma, because if you don't heal your trauma, you become the source of trauma in the life of everyone around the self. Right? Trauma's catchy. Trauma's like, oh, they got a case of the trauma. It's catchy stuff. Okay, it's catchy stuff. And the thing about it is, everybody's been traumatized. Everybody's been traumatized. What you do with that trauma is your responsibility. Congratulations, you experienced trauma. Are you going to create more of it? Or are you going to do everything you can to ensure that nobody else has to experience it? And I'll tell you right now, the shape of your personhood, literally, the shape of your personhood is determined in terms of how you answer that question. What kind of person are you? Do bad things happen to you, and then do you wish that those bad things happen to everyone around you? Is that the quality that we effectively articulate? Is that the cornerstone that we build a society off of? Is that what you want the cornerstone to be? that's that's a heck of a cornerstone you got there, buddy. That's a dark cornerstone, right? Or is it the modality by which we understand and we put to rest? And this is the hard part with trauma, right? This is why we talk about the agony of peace, because it's the work that we do to put to rest the fact, the understanding and the quality by which something occurred. And that doesn't make it okay, right? That doesn't make it okay by any degree, by any method. The fact that things happen, but the space by which, and it's not about forgetting, right? It's not about forgetting, but it's also not about dwelling. And that is the hardest thing to navigate in relationality to working through trauma, right? It feels often like you're walking that, you have to walk that energetic line, as it were. You have to walk that balance point. You have to find that balance point by which you don't allow yourself to dwell on it, but you allow it to inform you, to be able to do something better in the wake of something that you yourself experienced. So I feel like that is a lot of the work that we see is potentially happening right now in relationality to recognizing and understanding the value and the importance of what a lot of the energy, and I think it's really interesting because, right, it's not I almost feel like this is not, and I'm not surprised to see this, like this new moon is not about release, right? It's not about release. It's about it. I want to describe, it's about restoration, right? It's not about release, it's about restoration. Because when we're working, right? And you have to understand this. It's not to say that there aren't situations or circumstances that require release, but the modality by which we effectively restore, right? Then it's the quality of understanding what's needed to restore things. And that's going to be different for every individual, right? For some, it might be releasing, for some, it might be receiving. And that's what's interesting about that seven of swords there. Now, continuing to get clarification, center card we got here. Second card, ooh, look, a lot of swords. Okay, it's a lot of swords. Okay, but it's fun. Here, I want to point out something that's really important. Okay, something important about the swords that we're seeing, right? That they're all in their reversal. The swords that we're seeing are all in their reversal, which is the identification point of understanding what it means to reclaim something, right? And this is what's lovely about it. Reclamation, okay? Reclamation is the work that we do to be able to take something, right? In order to take something that I want to describe, that one may have potentially felt in the past was damaged, or in the space by which we understand, or we recognize the value of it, right? Like the space by which the difference between, right? And I feel like that's what this new moon is bringing up, the difference between avoidance and reclamation, right? And what is the difference between avoidance and reclamation? Avoidance, right? Avoidance is the observation of effectively trying to do something, but working through something in a way that, like, and I want to, we want to describe this. This is why we talk about the fact that when we're doing our shadow work effectively, we're not avoiding things. And, or at least if we're avoiding things, we're conscientious of the fact that we say we're not avoiding something if we say we're not ready to navigate it, right? Like that's not avoiding, that's planning. But the thing about it that you often recognize is the space by which you avoid, when you avoid things, you end up bumping right into them, right? Like that's what we talk about. Because the reason we identify this is because I like to describe that when you, how do I describe this best? When you avoid something, you put a circle around it. And what do I mean about the fact that when you avoid something, you end up putting a circle around it? Because I want you to imagine, right, that when you're avoiding something, when you think of something energetically, and there's something that you avoid, and there you are avoiding it, and while you're doing is everybody else is seeing the force field, right? There's you trying to avoid something. You're like, like, oh, no, 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 right? There's you trying to avoid something. And then everyone around you, welcome to Jupiter and Cancer, right? There's everybody around you that just sees you putting a big circle around something, right? There's everybody else. There's you. Like, there's you trying to avoid something. And then everybody else sees you circling it. Like, that's what happens energetically. Energetically. And that's what we talk about with shadow work. Being one person being like, "Ugh," right? And then meanwhile, they're there, they are energetically just like keeping a large birth, right? There's that large birth. And then everyone around them being like, why are they circling that thing? Like, why are they circling? Like, why are it's weird, right? They're just circling it over and over and over again. And this is why we talk, and this is also what we talk about, like this is also what we talk about right now with, like, this often happens with like scorpionic journeys, because it's the identification point of the secrets show themselves in the spaces in between, right? It's often that space that we identify. So that's why the ability, right, and this is why we understand and recognize, like, our ability to take ownership, right? Our ability to take ownership for our weirdness immediately, right? What happens when someone takes ownership for the weirdness? Beautiful clarity, right? Oh, it's beautiful. And that's what we often work to, particularly in relationality to, particularly in relationality to how we feel about things. And that's not to say, right? That's not to say that we have to, and this is why we talk about the fact that there's some people that are really convinced. They get their, and this is why I don't like to use the word shadow work. Okay. I'm not a big fan of the term shadow work because I feel like it often gives the wrong misconception. Because I feel like there are those who are like, oh, shadow work, you don't want to do that. Now you have to. If you don't do that, then you're avoiding it. No, that's not good either, right? Because the observation and the understanding, you want to know how to do shadow work effectively, start holding your comfort more preciously. Start holding your comfort more preciously. And that doesn't mean that you say things, that doesn't mean that you have to do everything based upon your comfort, but explain to others. This is how easy, this is like literally, this is shadow work 101. Just start to explain to others what you are and are not comfortable with. And if there's something that you're not comfortable with, but you can't explain why, there, that, that that is something that one needs to pursue further, because the thing you have to understand is that the thing that we recognize is, and it's the hard part, and this is what we actually talk about, this is what actual, this is the patriarchy has nothing to do with masculine or feminine energy. Patriarchy is the quality and condition by which we avoid something. We don't want to address something, so we make it another person's problem. It is the space by which we take our trauma and masquerade it as a standard, right? The patronization that occurs in the space by which we're not necessarily doing our energetic shadow work appropriately. It is the understanding that that is what it means in terms of the work. It's the understanding and the quality and the condition of recognizing and understanding that that is an energetic frequency that one hits, by which one says, I don't want to address it, so I make it your responsibility. And when we do that, what do we effectively do? We hand our trauma down, right? The trauma becomes the energetic legacy. So the ability to recognize and identify that when we're doing our work effectively, then that ability of being able to identify that when we are healing properly, the only thing we are handing down to each other is gifts and blessings, not problems that we did not want to address. Third card in our 3-card spread is, there it is. There it is. The 3 of Wands, and it's upright and it's beautiful, right? Because I want you to see all of these, look at all of these cards that we have here. We've got the 7 of Swords in its reversal. We've got the 8 of Swords in its reversal, and we've got the 3 of Wands in its upright. So this is the conversation that we see, that the way that we work on healing effectively is making sure that our legacy is one that is built upon delivering gifts and blessings, not burdens and problems, right? Because when we're doing, that is the result of doing our shadow work effectively, right? And it allows for the accountability point. It allows for the space by which we don't say to somebody, that's somebody else's problem, right? No, I don't want to deal with it. I'll just put it over here for someone else to deal with, right? It's the space by which we work to energetically address it. And when we work to energetically address it, then our legacy becomes our highest gift and blessing, because that observation of being able to do so is not the space by which we give each other, right? It's not the space and this is also why we become a blessing and a gift in each other's life, because the difference between being in a relationship, right? The difference between being in a relationship with someone who doesn't want to work through what they need to work through is constantly feeling like you are being given their burden, right? You're given their problem to solve. You're constantly being built into the space of having to carry the burden of the shadow work that they do not want to do, right? And it can be exhausting. And this is often why we see relationships wherein another person feels overborne upon because they feel like they can't energetically bear the weight of it. While we recognize that for those energies that are building into healthy, supportive environments, it's not the fact that everything is easy at every moment, but we do the work. We do the work to shoulder our portion of the work so that we can do something in a way that so that we effectively build into the space or a state of doing something in a point of stability, or something that allows us to be energetically strong. So we have a lot of that energy potentially working through those experiences. And that's what I keep on seeing. It's interesting because, and that's what I meant about the fact that we recognize that there's an amplification of the Taurus energy occurring during this new moon cycle, but it feels like the amplification that we see is working instead. It's not so much built upon release as it is upon reclamation, right? The observation in being able to let go, right? The observation of being able to let go of bitterness, to be able to articulate what one is trying to do better. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got the Page of Wands in its upright. So what do we identify with this Page of Wands energy? The Page of Wands energy, the Page of Wands energy talks to us about working through inner child healing, right? I like to see the Page of Wands because, especially the Page of Wands at the bottom of the deck, it's often working through, it's the observation and the understanding that when we're working through inner child healing, we are working to create when we are actually doing our inner child healing effectively, then we're working to create a world where vulnerability is protected, right? And what do I mean by we work into the space by which vulnerability is protected, right? Because trauma delivers a double-edged sword, right? Trauma will often Trauma will often seek out vulnerability and then articulate that harm should have happened to someone because they were vulnerable, right? The observation by which the double-edged sword of trauma, and even in a trauma in a society that worships trauma, a society that worships trauma is literally the space by which something abominable happens to someone, and then the society around them goes, oh well, they should have known that awful things were happening, they should have protected themselves better, right? That is literally the sound of a society that protects trauma, right? That is literally the sound of a society that worships trauma, because it's the modality by which another, like, instead of having the conversation and saying that there should never be any space by what that is awful, that should never ever happen, it should not even be on the table for something like that to occur, the space by which something so ghastly happens, and instead of someone saying let's talk about the fact that that should never occur, someone being like, well, well, should they have been protecting themselves better, you know, should they have been protecting themselves better? That is the quality, right? That is the quality and situation of a society that worships trauma, instead of understanding that when we are doing our job and building a healthy legacy, we are working both internally and externally, because the microcosm matches the macrocosm, where we understand that the most precious, valuable substance in this entire universe is vulnerability. But before we do that, the only way that happens is if you heal your own relationship to your vulnerability, right? Because the problem is the trauma makes you feel shame, right? That's how the trauma replicates. The trauma makes you feel shame for being vulnerable. And when we're doing our healing properly, we understand that we reclaim our vulnerability, because it's the observation of understanding how does your perception change in the context of what's happened to you when you remind yourself that vulnerability is the most precious substance and should be protected at all cost. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for a reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who took part in our recent tarot class. Our next tarot class will be held on Friday, May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you will also receive you will also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I've tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we have been experiencing in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just released one last night on navigating this new moon energy we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got the highest gifter today. You will be the third person read for. And thank you so much, Per. You came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you want to get on the list right now, it's still a wonderful time to get on the list. Also, I'll point out, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, just let me know the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Nicole, I saw your request. I've got you down as well. Oh, you're so welcome, Heather. So good to see you today. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Manuel. And thank you as well, Dustin. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day. How are you doing, AM? Welcome. And thank you as well for that gift downtown. I see that Avatar was experiencing glitches. Was anyone else experiencing glitches during that read? Hi there, dear. Good to see you. And guys, just a reminder to those who are joining us on the Clock app, please remember there's like all these weird people keep asking you to private message them. Please don't message the false promisers. That's the best thing we're calling them right now. Like, please be safe out there. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, VM. Yeah, drinking poison bitterness. Thank you for confirmation, Laurel. I got the Queen of Cups in my morning card pull this morning. Really? There we go, 2 birds. Confirmation on it. And Nicole, I've added you to the list, dear. Absolutely. And random, if you want to get added to the list, all you need to do is send that donation payment, dear. Excellent. It's better. I'm glad to see that it's better, Avatar. And Rebellion, to get a read, all you need to do is send a donation payment. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight and private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And thank you so much for the follow, deal, dear. I'll also point out for those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there offer you the same benefits that I've articulated for subscribers. Thank you as well, Aaron. Heather, thank you for confirmation. All you need to do, Rebellion, is head on over. Yep. Thank you for the help, Bridget. I appreciate you. Thank you, dear. You're so welcome, Nikki. Hi there, Sierra. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there, Creative. How you doing today? You're so welcome, Avatar. Excellent. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list, now is the time to do so. First person we're reading for today is Lisa. Lisa, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, as I mentioned, you'll be the fourth person read for. Second call for Lisa. Second call for Lisa. If Lisa had to step away, the next person on the list for today is Nicole. Nicole. Oh, Lisa's here. Hold on, Nicole. Hi there, Lisa. How are you doing today? Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Perfect. Oh, it's okay. I'm glad the spirit brought you back. Excellent. And thank you for joining us, Marcella. And as we wait for Lisa's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. We'll do that again after the next reading. I got you. Ooh, part 1. Part 1. I'm building a business that is service. What is something I can deepen and to give and receive more? Ooh, excellent. I'm just waiting for the second part of the question to come through. Part 2, that is aligned with my purpose. I got you. Yep. And before we continue right now, I'm going to pin up Lisa here. Guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. Can I get 4 cards for Lisa, please? Highest priority. One more. You know, it's like as soon as I started this reading, I got this like super sharp pain, like right here, that I want to identify. And I feel like it's trying to say, you got to start getting away from anything that's giving you a headache. I know it sounds really simple, but we got to talk about it. If there is, and I think the reason I keep on getting this is it says to me, if somebody is trying to get you to convince them why they need something, conversation over is what I'm getting. The message, and hold on, I'm going to grab your book because it's on, yeah, and here's, yeah. It's a very specific message, and it feels like it's coming through from a guide. which is the understanding you have to think of yourself like a doctor. Okay? You have to think of yourself. You have to think of yourself because it feels like a Saturnine message, which means it's like, well, I'm not surprised why it feels like. You have to think of yourself like a doctor. And do you ever see a situation? Have you ever think about the absurdity of a situation where somebody walks into your office. Imagine a situation by which somebody walks into your office and then says to you, convince me why I need, convince me why I need a checkup, right? Like, it's like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. And I want to point out there's something really important. Again, we often read into what's happening in the chat space for further confirmation on, right, on the reading. So the fact by which another person comes towards you with their own assumptions, right? Like even in the space by which we see somebody who's here, who's articulating upon repentance instead of paying attention to what's happening, right? The space by which you can't do something with someone who has a fear-based mindset. Because someone who has a fear-based mindset is only looking for something that reaffirms their fear, right? When somebody has a fear-based mindset, there's no possibility of healing because they don't want to let go of the fear-based mindset, right? They're just looking to be convinced. They're looking for things that validate the fear that they carry. And I feel like a hard part of the work that I see you doing right now is having to do the careful work between separating the energy that's coming to you because they actually want to heal versus energy that's looking to reaffirm their fear-based mindset. I talk about this all the time. I just wrote an article with Canvas Rebel where I talked about my biggest hurdle is having to turn energy away for readings. Because when I'm doing something and I turn someone away, that doesn't mean that I'm not trying to help them, because my assessment as to whether it feels like something I'm giving them is energetically supportive versus it building into their own delusion is how I fortify upon the fact that the work that I'm doing is something that I know at the end of the day is what is best. And the thing is, you have to think about it. You have to think about it a lot like a doctor would, right? The space by which sometimes someone comes towards a doctor and says, prescribe me something. And you want to say to them, be like, actually, I think what you need is a walk. You know what I mean? Like, not to say that that's not to say that it's every quality and condition, right? That's not to say that it's not every quality and condition. But I feel like the hard part that I'm identifying in a particular, I don't know where you are, but you might want to look, in terms of stepping out of the energy that I see you in. Because, and I just keep on getting, you can't, I just keep on hearing, I just keep on hearing something really strong from one of your guides saying you can't get anywhere. You can't get anywhere working with someone who doesn't want to let go of their fear-based mindset. And the thing about it is, and here's the thing that you also have to be conscientious of, it's also not safe for you in the process. Because the thing about it is, if they come to you with a fear-based mindset, it's only a matter of time before they try to point that fear-based mindset to you, right? It's only a matter of time before, like, it's like you have to think about it. It's like they're pointing that fear-based mindset around, and it's only a matter of time till they point it at you in relationality to being able to identify and recognize that the work that we have to do is assessing if another person is in the space by which they can work with us. And that's why I kept on getting, like, that's why, like, again, even as I've been reading that, like, that sharp pain I felt was going away, right? Because if you notice, if somebody's giving you that aggravation from the onset, if someone's giving you that aggravation, like, you got to remember, first impression, if somebody's giving you If somebody's giving you that fear-based mindset, like if someone's giving you that fear, that first impression, then that is not something, that you yourself can heal. But it requires you, I keep on hearing it's requiring you to have to apply. And I keep on hearing you can be circumspect with another person in terms of what they can expect, which is, and you'll often see this, like the space by which somebody tries to come to you and say, I need you to fix something, right? And you basically saying to another person, my job is not to fix, like, my job is not to fix things. Your job is effectively the ability to understand what needs tending, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because I feel like the heart, and I feel like for some reason, it's more amplified, specifically and particularly in relationality to where you are. I mean, if not locationally, then energetically, because I feel like there might be something about having to work to clarify others' misconceptions. But and I want to say there's a difference between someone that tries to, and you'll notice the difference, somebody who requires convincing versus someone having an open mind. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, five of wands in its reversal. I feel like this is also you. I feel like there's also something here about you working through some trauma around it too. You know, I feel like there's something about that as well, that I see that you're working to effectively alleviate and relieve. And I feel like I'm just going to kind of bring this up. The observation of energy that tries to articulate the fact that they're energetically concerned about you is what I keep on getting. You know, the circumstance or situation by which, and this is what I keep, like, I keep on seeing, and I feel like it's like, I want to describe, you have to give yourself a little bit of sanctuary. And when I say sanctuary, I mean not just in terms of where you do something, but in um what another person asks in terms of what feels like help, right? And it's like, and I keep on getting, there's a vast difference between, I keep wondering, the vast difference, the vast chasm between somebody saying, I'm concerned about you, versus how can I help you? I feel like this is something that I see that you're also working to heal. I keep on hearing the vast chasm between I'm worried about you, right? Versus how can I help you? Which is the observation that when we care about each other, right? When we care about each other, we articulate and communicate, right? We articulate and communicate what care feels like to one another. And I feel like it's you kind of recognizing, like, I feel like it's almost you starting to identify like the toxicity of somebody articulating that they're worried, because like I keep on getting the toxicity of another person that articulates they're worried in the space by which you understand that there's a judgment there. When they say they're worried, what they mean is I don't like, right? And I think that it's like, I feel like that's what's really important there, because when we're worried, right? When we're worried, if somebody articulates to us, I feel like, and I'm sorry, I know this is feeling very specific, but it feels like it needs to come through. When somebody's actually worried, The worried, I'm worried about you, is not a full sentence. The full sentence is, I'm worried about you. How can I help? Right? That is actually the sound of someone that actually cares versus, right? Versus somebody that articulates. I keep wondering, versus the space by which they say, um, I'm worried about you, which articulates the fact that they're not invested in energetically helping you, but they're trying to make you aware of the fact that they carry distaste for something that you are doing, right? And I keep on getting, the way that you're going to be able to recognize is when somebody says, I'm worried about you, if they don't follow it up with how can I help, with how can I help, then what they're really articulating upon is the fact that they hold this taste for something that you're energetically doing. So I feel like in those modalities, it's okay for you to, I keep wondering, in those experiences, it's okay for you to be able to articulate to another what is and is not helpful. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, and I keep on hearing, you can't be around, you can't be in the midst of trying to build something profound with energy that just keeps on broadcasting the fact that they're worried about you. Because you have to understand, they're not worried. If they're not saying, how can I help? They're just articulating their distaste. So let that, like I keep on hearing, put distance from that type of energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes over on the Clock app. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hold on a minute. Okay, bear with me one moment. Perfect. Hi there, Nicole. Good to see you. And Knox, I deeply appreciate you sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for that. And thank you, High Frequency, for the follow. And thank you for the compliment, Lawrence. And Valentina, thank you for as well. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I do my best here, guys. It's a joy to be able to work with you in this way. I'm a tarot reader and a sound practitioner, so this makes sense. How are you doing today, Amira? And thank you, Rachel, for the follow. Yep. One moment. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has been an entire shift in my messaging. Absolutely. And thank you, Rachel, for the follow. Excellent. One moment, please. And High Frequency, thank you for the follow as well. I'm supposed to be moving in a few weeks, but I don't. Oh, I understand. Yeah, I don't need to convince anyone. The right person will be ready to do the work. Tap to claim. Absolutely. One moment, please. Yes, I know exactly what you're referring to. You're so welcome, and I'm so glad that these notes are connecting with you. Bear with me one moment. Yeah, a lot of boundaries that I'm seeing there. And Gail, thank you for the follow as well. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Perfect. 1 second, please. All right. In my mentorship program, can we work together with understanding on how to serve? Absolutely. That's definitely something that we do as well. And just bear with me a moment. And reading over. Well, Rye, I have to point out you can be anywhere right now. So your choice to choose to be here is entirely your own personal responsibility. One moment, please. I'm just reading back on some of the comments that came through. Yeah, so as I mentioned, how are you doing, Team Olsana? So yeah, as basically, and the one thing I want to point out, especially what I'm seeing right now for you, Lisa, is I feel like the hard part about it, particularly and especially when we're kind of building into, I feel like a lot of the reading I was getting was working through the space of identifying and finding quality, like those who are qualified to work with. So I feel like the most important thing that was coming through about that reading was articulating upon utilizing discernment. And this is a lot of the work that I also do in my mentorships, particularly for those who are also readers, helping to identify like the ability by like not only what it is we're trying to do, but the best way that we're able to serve those that we work with, if that makes sense. And I deeply appreciate, I always consider it the highest form of respect when someone who is a reader comes to me for a reading. So I want to thank you for that as well. All right, my friends, we are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, just let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, dream interpretation, love readings, aura readings, past life, mediumship, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Just bear with me a moment. I got you, Nicole. You're the only reader. I have been for years, and so much healing and awareness has stemmed from you. I deeply appreciate that. Oh, I love that. I'm so glad to hear that, and thank you. Always a joy, and I appreciate you. And and again, like I said, make sure that you're posting about your opportunities in the over in the products and services section on the disco. Hi there, Nicole. We're doing highest priority for you today. Absolutely. Let's get started. And before we continue with Nicole's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. All right. 4 cards for Nicole, please. Highest priority messages. And 2 more, please. And 1 more. So I feel like there's something very important that I'm seeing right now for you. Particularly in relationality to the best way I can describe what I'm seeing here is, and every time I read for you, I see the same message coming through, which is like someone who had some kind of complete fallacy in the expectation of what was going to occur in the space by which they separated from you. I see, like, it's interesting too, because like it almost feels like somebody who was given a false illusion of something, you know? It's like I don't even know, like like I don't know what it is. Like it almost feels like somebody who's been like, it's gonna sound a little bit wild, but like consuming the wrong media in terms of what they expected something would be like in the space by which they identified that they were like, I just keep on hearing like this is giving me the type of energy of someone who thought they were liberating themselves but ultimately imprisoned themselves, right? Like that's literally what I keep on seeing. And the observation, right? The observation of understanding, like I keep on hearing the energy that thought that they were liberating themselves, that recognized the fact that they'd energetically imprisoned themselves, which often is somebody who is taking something for granted or not recognizing what an energetic blessing you were in their experience. Because here's you, right? Like here's you, like moving through something and overcoming obstacles. Here's you, like I literally just see you energetically leaping over things, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's the hard part about it, because the thing about it is, I like to stress this. um the observation or the understanding by which we work through something, and we try to define and articulate the fact that, like, I keep on, like, there's something to be said about, and you have to understand this, it comes from being too much in the ego, because the ego often sees itself. The ego often sees itself as, um and I like to describe it like, egos often like to talk about the fact that they feel that their presence is some kind of grounding force. I'll never get over this. Like, this is the why. Whenever I read for somebody like this, it is it's literally the most absurd thing I've ever read for. Like, the space by which another person tries to say, like, oh, I don't really do anything. I don't really do anything, but I'm a grounding force. Okay. Like, the energy that tries to articulate that they're a grounding force often doesn't recognize that when we are maturating, we don't need we don't need another person to be a grounding force in our experience. That's patronizing, right? Literally, like, someone who is patronizing you is energy that literally doesn't do anything beyond trying to articulate the fact that they're a grounding force, because it's the space or space, the state or space by which they have you doing everything. And you'll always see this, like, the patronizing relationship by which another person is absolutely exhausted, right? The patronizing relationship by which another person is absolutely exhausted because they're doing everything, then they're energetically frazzled. And then another person that tries to articulate that they're a grounding force through their exhaustion, fails to say, how can I help? How can I help so that you don't have to be as energetically frazzled, right? The energy that energy never says, how can I help? It's always the space by which somebody says, oh, you're getting worse, right? Like, oh, honey, I keep on hearing somebody going, like, oh, you're getting worse. Oh, you're getting worse. Like, oh, there you go again. There you go again. There you go again there you go again, being so frazzled because I have you doing everything, you know? Like, it's like, I can see. And the thing about it is, somebody failed to recognize that they were the source of your frazzling. Somebody failed to recognize the fact that, like, yeah, there was a frazzling source in your life, and there they are. So I feel like the thing about this is, I feel like what's hard about this is, I literally see a situation by which I can see somebody being like, I almost see somebody who is convinced that you would energetically return back to them. But instead, I see you just overcoming obstacles because you're recognizing, I keep wondering, you're understanding and recognizing what it means to be in a relationship with a balanced partner. And what's interesting about that is, and this is where it's coming into like a counterpart read, I feel like I see you in union right now, but you're in union with yourself, because I literally see a situation by which you understand, like your ability to accomplish things is now the space by which you yourself are energetically free. And I think it's really interesting too, because I just keep on identifying that I feel like there's some kind of big opportunity that's coming towards you. I see you returning back to something that you used to do in a way that changes everything. And I'm getting here that a lot of this energy that I'm identifying, bottom of the deck on this, Like I keep on prioritize. I keep on hearing your priority right now is a healthy work-life balance, right? And the thing about it is I literally feel like it's so interesting because I literally see a situation by which another person, like I feel like I see a situation by which another person felt absolutely confident, right? It's like they felt absolutely confident that there was some kind of situation or circumstance by which, and I keep on getting this the space by which the space by which the grounding force moves away from someone, and then they see the conscientious space by which that person starts to flourish, is the observation of them kind of recognizing how much, like if you're thriving, then that's how much they were taking from you, is what I keep on getting, right? If you're in the space by which you're energetically thriving, and they're working through a lot of those energetic feelings, I keep on hearing that's on them. It's not on you. And that's why I keep on getting that person does not deserve a word about your business. You don't need to be in conversation with them beyond what is absolutely necessary, because the thing about it is I just keep on seeing someone that's energetically inquisitive to you, right? Like somebody who seems like, I keep wondering, and you can usually tell energy like this because they ask questions that they no longer have a right to. And I feel like that's all you have to say to someone. You don't have a right to that answer anymore. That's none of your business anymore. And that observation, and if they, I keep wondering if they persist in terms of trying to know things about you, that is them having a boundary issue. So I just keep on seeing that is, make sure that you're being conscientious and putting them on note in terms, I keep on hearing, right? I'm not inclined to talk to you about that is a full sentence. And I'm uncomfortable with you asking. You let your uncomfort articulate to them everything they need to know about circumstances and situations, because all I keep on hearing, I'm not comfortable answering that, is a full sentence. I'm not comfortable answering that is a full sentence. If they persist beyond you saying that, that's them not being respectful of your boundaries. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Hi there, JC. Welcome from Argentina. Hi there, Yazian. And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. No, you're not the false illusion. They were under, I keep wondering, they were under a false illusion. No, you did all the things. Mm-hmm. No, I get it. Mm-hmm. No, I'm getting that. That explains them perfectly. I could see the delusion cloud and I couldn't help him out of it. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Yeah, frazzled is an understatement. They never asked to help me. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. Thank you as well. Sending you support, KB. I want to tell you, I see you getting it all back. Everything I see right now, it says to me, I see you getting something all back. You're so welcome, Michael. Mm-hmm. And guys, thank you for supporting each other in the comments. That's beautiful. The flame's been lit and I'm not going back. Thank you, guys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have it literally all to myself. That's what I thought. Exactly. Beautiful. And I keep on hearing continue to do that work. I keep on hearing continue to do that work in denying access, particularly and especially it feels like they're energetically prying to things that are not their, like are not their business. You're so welcome, dear. And I've got a lot of guides around you protecting you in that capacity too. Like a lot of that message I was getting was coming through from your spirit team. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary and relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Excellent. And just bearing with me. On the disco, thank you for letting me know. Okay. And reading over. All right, perfect. And before we continue right now with Bridget's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Outside tea. Excellent. You can't take that. Are you kidding me right now, Nikki? There is something completely different between a horse and a stag. Excellent. All right, where are we? All right, perfect. Closer. Nice. All right, let's get to it. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. Outside T, what guidance my guides and highest self have regarding pursuing Reiki and this healing path more deeply? If I continue developing this gift and pursue this training, what role is it meant to play in my life, and what potential opportunities or growth may unfold if I choose to pursue it? I love it. Okay. I hope you've been feeling better, dear. Sending you so much support right now. Good to see you today, dear. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Guys, make sure to give Bridget some love. Let me just find Bridget. All right, 4 cards, please. And one more. So I feel like I'm seeing, I feel like I'm seeing something here. Um, there's something about this path work that feels very connected to uh, work that I'm identifying in a past life. The thing I keep on seeing about it, and I think we've kind of talked about this to a certain extent, because one of the things that I know that you and I have spoken about, particularly as it relates to the past life, has to do with a lost art. And while I'm not getting the fact that it's the same as the lost art, there's something to be identified in relationality to the fact that there feels like there is a kinship or an equivalency point that I'm observing here, particularly in relationality to something that you used to do versus a way, like it says to me, it's a functional way to translate something that no longer exists into something that has energetic relevance, is what I keep on seeing. So I'm not surprised if you've been feeling if you've been feeling some kind of call to that, because this is often characteristic in terms of working through callings, in terms of identifying and recognizing something that we feel drawn to and we can't necessarily explain completely. Now what's interesting about it is, what I'm being effectively shown is you used to do this. You used to do this for the earth, is what I keep on seeing. You used to do this for the earth itself. And the space by which I feel like the space by which you could effectively translate this into to a person, um, I just keep on seeing. I wouldn't be surprised if once you start doing it, I keep on hearing you're going to be incredibly good at it, like to the extent by which you're like, I just keep on seeing you're probably going to be very surprised in relationality to how easy it comes to you to a certain extent, because it feels very much akin to what I've been identifying that a past life has been doing. The significant the significant situation that you have to be mindful of. And I keep on getting this because it does feel to me like there is a bit of a caution point that's being articulated here, in terms of the guides, which is making sure that you're not drawing forth energy from yourself. That's the one thing I keep on seeing in relationality to this work that might require a little bit of difference. And I wouldn't be surprised if you noticed that, because here's the thing about it. And here's the thing I keep on, like, it's funny because your guide's talking to me about it. Like, you need to stop drawing upon your own energy. And here's the thing about, I know that it works, and I know it works as a quick fix. I know it works as a quick fix. You're literally like, oh, here, it's in my pocket. But they're articulating the fact that just because it's in your pocket doesn't mean that, especially if you've been working to navigate your own energy levels. I keep on hearing you have to think. Yeah, you have to think about acting as a channel rather than a battery, is what I'm getting. Where's your book? I just keep on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta write it down. I gotta write it down here. Hold on a minute. Let me see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, channel, not a battery, is all I see that keeps on coming through. A channel, not a battery. And I think that there's something there that's very significant and important, because and I think that, and they're articulating that this is something that you can get in the practice of doing. And they're identifying to me, like they're showing me, like they're showing me the tree that you connected to that's potentially trying to help you with that, which is understanding, like thinking about that tree. A tree draws their power, right? A tree draws their power from something, because like that, like the power of the tree is in transforming what the energy into, like something, like it's like thinking about transforming something into something energetically vital rather than pulling from your own vitality to do something. So they're articulating that that is something that you want to put um, additional work into. And particularly and especially, I feel like there, like I keep on hearing the way you can help yourself with that is by connecting to source daily, right? Like connecting to source daily is how you're going to help with that. And the reason it's going to help you with that is because if you can connect to source daily, then the moment by which you're working with another, it's not going to feel like you're trying to do two very difficult things at once, which is like trying to connect to source and then trying to transmit to another. But the space by which you've already built that energetic connection. So I think that I feel like that is where you need to prioritize a lot of a lot of the work in terms of that, because I keep on seeing you've got the transmission part right? You don't need to worry about the transmission part. You have to worry, you have to make sure that when you're transmitting, you're transmitting from source instead of self, is what I keep on seeing. And the reason, I already know what's happening here. The reason is, yeah, I got it, because like, yeah, it's coming directly from your guide, because you have to understand the way that you used to do this in a past life. The way that you used to do it in the past life was you were connecting to a restorative force, right? You were connecting to a restorative force in a past life. So the thing about it is, and this is why it's interesting, because the guide's coming through, because they're articulating that it was never an issue. It was never an issue when you were when you were communicating, connecting to a restorative force, because there you were, like they were building a restorative connection, right? Anything you were giving, they were giving back in kind. But the hard part is, I just keep on seeing that it's funny because your guide is that energy. So your guide's articulating that that individuals aren't, don't build, they don't build a reciprocal connection like that, in that way. So it may take you a little bit of time, because it's you, I keep wondering, it's you readjusting the way you do something, so that it's not the way that you were doing it prior that was reciprocal, but the space by which you are now connecting, right? You're connecting to source, and then you're channeling, like the cumulative, like you're channeling that energy. You have to think of it, something going through you instead of from you. Through you, right? That's what I keep on getting. Through you instead of from you, right? In order to preserve your own energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, your teacher told you that as well. Thank you for confirmation. Excellent. Hi there, Unhinged. How are you doing today? Excellent. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought about, I've had people ask me recently about it, but never thought to do it as a practice. Thank you for confirming. I can send you, I can send you information on them. I can send you information on them, Kay. Absolutely. Excellent. I am having a wonderful day. Thank you, dear. All right, wonderful. So the list is now open if anybody would like to get on the list. In the meantime, we're going to open it up to 1 card readings for super fans and for subscribers. If you are a super fan who would like a 1 card, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you are a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership also entitles you to 1 card, so you can put your question in the comments. How you doing today? How are you doing today, Paul? Again, wealth comes in many different forms, Paul. So let's continue. One card for Bridget on counterpart, please. What do we have right now? We've got the Queen of Cups, which says to me, working through situations or circumstances by which one is able to recognize and identify what feels like it's energetically nourishing. I feel like I see somebody. I feel like I see somebody that's trying to make nourishing choices or trying to identify or recognize. Like it feels like somebody's trying to actively pursue connection. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, specifically with the Three of Pentacles in its reversal. The thing about it is I see somebody that's kind of stepping out of their own comfort zone in relationality to trying to heal from some trauma related to it. Animal spirit. Yeah, like the swan energy talks to us about working through something in a way by which another person is trying to identify, um, making like it's like it says to me, like I see somebody who's taking more of a quality versus quantity approach as it relates to relationship, not trying to rush a process, but having the ability to finally put a lot of intense effort and time into relationship. Absolutely. Hold on a moment. And one moment, please. One card for K on that. We got three cards that came out for you, K. um, I feel like the what I'm basically seeing, like what I'm identifying in terms of a situation or circumstance, I don't know. I don't know if they can effectively help you out, but I feel like they can give you some kind of quality of insight related to something, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, particularly in relationality to that Three of Pentacles in the bottom of the deck. Um, like the insight that I'm identifying there, it almost speaks about, like it feels a little bit like somebody like working through their, like, yeah, like the horse energy, like I feel like it's like the gift that they can give you is a different perspective. Hi there, Per. Energy on counterpart for Per, please. We've got the Ten of Wands in its reversal with the Seven of Cups in its reversal. So I feel like I'm identifying something here in relationality to, it feels like something related to working through circumstances or experiences, um, wherein another person, like this is a continuation of somebody trying to get some distance from something, and I feel like it's hard because it feels almost akin to someone that is like, it's like they're almost running around and giving false information about another person in order for people to try to give them information about it, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like the three of Pentacles in its reversal is like I just keep on like I just keep on seeing a situation by which another person keeps on having to have a clarifying conversation about what is actually energetically occurring, right? Because it almost feels like they're navigating a situation where somebody is trying to do anything to try to try to extract information from another person, even in the space by which they're making wild claims. Absolutely. Nicole, one card, angelic, highest priority. We've got the Knight of Cups in its reversal. So I feel like there's something important there in terms of working through situations and circumstances by which another person is trying to communicate upon their emotionality related to a circumstance or situation. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the Fool card. Um, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to an angelic, and it's a continuation of what I said, like speaking upon, like don't let another person provoke you to try to get you to answer a question, which is the space by which another person tries to make a completely inaccurate claim so that that way you give them what they effectively need, by like, I keep wondering, don't let the wild accusation like create a satisfying conversation for another, right? Which is like, again, like often like the space by which another person says something extreme, knowing that another person will clarify and then they'll find out the thing that they want to know. Nikki, one card highest, please. We've got the 9 of Cups in its upright. So make sure that you're doing work in terms of being able to identify to another what feels like it is positive, restorative, or encouraging. Yeah, like especially with the Knight of Pentacles, giving someone some kind of boost of confidence or a pep talk. Animal Oracle, yeah, the goose. Like it almost feels like you and another person having goal setting meetings or making sure that you're on the same page in terms of what it is you're trying to do and where you're trying to go. You're so welcome. Thank you, Per, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Excellent. Have a great day, Illicit. Yeah, that's actually fair. I know, it's interesting. Like the thing about it is I almost feel like I see you. Like I feel like it's you kind of giving your like your organization powers to someone, if that makes sense. You know? Like that's the interesting thing that I'm seeing there. One moment. Okay. Where were we? Mocho, these are donation based readings. So if you'd like to send a donation, I'm happy to read for you. Excellent. And Erica, I believe your superfan status. I think that these are readings are for. I think that your superfan status has expired. If you would like to renew, we do have another full reading coming through right now, friends. So please hold on posting your questions if you're looking for a one card at the moment. Ava, I've got you, dear. One card on Aura, please. You know, it's interesting because I feel like there's something right now. You're giving a very driven aura to others, which is the observation. It almost feels like somebody recognizes that you've healed from something or you're moving on from something. Like it's an observation of you kind of moving into some kind of maturation. So I feel like in a way, like it's almost articulating, like it's interesting. I almost feel like you're giving some kind of jaw dropping energy. Yeah, bottom of the deck, especially with the Knight of Pentacles. Like I keep on hearing like very different from who you were a year ago to who you are now as it relates to like being able to like identify or move towards some kind of purpose or getting clearer on what that purpose is. Animal Oracle, please. Yeah, particularly with the seal. This is the observation and the understanding of being able to take qualitative approaches to circumstances and situations, particularly and especially as it relates to like I just keep on like it almost feels like somebody who feels like it's interesting. It almost feels like somebody who feels like you've come back to yourself in some way. Like especially if I feel like especially if it feels like there was too much focus on another person or individual in the past. You know, like I feel like I see somebody who feels the observation of you being able to be very, very steadfast in terms of what it is that you're working towards. Thank you. And Dawn, thank you for the follow. Jay, these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation and you will be added to the list. The list right now, if you get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. You're so welcome, Nikki. And guys, please thank Kay for all of their help moderating right now. Appreciate it. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, you're so welcome, dear. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And Erica, thank you for becoming a super fan. I appreciate you. Half modding, half cooking. Excellent. And returning back to Erica's question, just bear with me a moment. Why are they trying to recommunicate? I feel like it's somebody trying to seek a fresh start with you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I feel like they've just come out. I don't know if they just come out of some kind of relationship is what I'm seeing. Yeah, particularly with the horse energy. Something has changed. Something has changed. They've got a different opinion on something. They're looking for a fresh start. I feel like it's hard because it almost feels like someone who wants to tell you were right about something. You know? Like there's some kind of quality there by which somebody wants to return back to a conversation. So I feel like I'm not sure where you guys left it. Especially if you were trying to tell them something and they were taking it personally instead of hearing what you were trying to say to them. And Dawn, thank you for the follow. Got it. General in the disco. I got you, Per. Let's see here. Ooh. Yeah, I've seen that door when I've read for you, Per. Yep, okay. Hold on a minute. And just bear with me a moment. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Right. Oh, wow. We've already got a lot of synchronicities happening with that symbol, huh? Got it. Okay. That also sounds amazing, Kay. Please post that recipe. It sounds incredible. Okay. Ground animal. Nice. Who wrote ground animal? That's a pretty big like window you gave yourself. Thank you for the follow, Big. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. All right, what do we got here? Can we do a deeper dig on yesterday's one card, particularly the song that was in my head? I've tried to dream upon it, and the only thing I have is stumbling upon a green door exactly in the picture. This was a liminal space while I was still fully awake. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's gonna be kind of hard for me to read for you on this. How do I explain this? Oh my gosh. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Um, so the thing about it, the thing I'm seeing that one has to be conscientious about, and it's hard for me to be able to explain the fact that you're probably recognizing, how do I describe this best? The fact by which you're recognizing that you have like a blank space there is because there was something traumatizing in a past life that occurred in the context of identifying like that space or that observational force in terms of what occurred, because it's definitely one of the things we've noticed with a lot of the work that we're doing for you is that there's a lot of past life memories that are coming up, and a majority of those past life memories that we are seeing are related to there. It feels like there is a very heavy trauma moment that was identified in that past life experience, and the identification point of you recognizing or feeling a sense of liminality, as it were, a sense of liminality that you may identify and recognize in relationality to that particular space is a continuation of the conversation that I've had with you. And I have to refer to you back to what we spoke about in relation to you asking me what you could expect to have to navigate if you are working on building into a deeper understanding of what it is that you are, that like what it is, like a lot of the trauma that you are carrying through from that previous experience. And that door is effectively the locationality of it, is what I keep on seeing. That door is basically, it's like it's the location by which it's a location by which some kind of trauma started. So I wouldn't be surprised if um the identification point of the song towards it has to do with, and I want to describe, and this is, it's interesting too, because this is also requiring us, we're basically, what we're basically doing is we're pinpointing the locationality of where some of these past life experiences are coming from, um, because I want to describe the best way I can describe the situation that I'm seeing between you and a past life has to do with another person that I keep on hearing, refuse to come to terms with the fact that you were comfortable with your choices, is the best way I can describe it. The state or space by which, and this is why we talk about the shape of love, is respecting each other's wishes, right? The modality by which we articulate that we ourselves are in a state by which we are navigating, and we're happy around situations. I feel like I just keep on seeing a karmic situation that required volatility between another person who was energetically obsessed with you, right? And this is often what happens. And the best way I can describe it as someone who's a reader is that those who are obsessed, those who are obsessed are those who are possessed, right? And the reason that we talk about the fact that those who are obsessed are those who are possessed, because when somebody is obsessed and you try to tell them the reality of a situation, it's a space by which they literally refuse to believe what another person is saying is true. So I literally see a situation of some kind of volatility between you and another person where you literally could not be clearer to them about the fact that you were wholly in the space by which you were saying, honor my wishes. And they had convinced themselves that you saying, honor my wishes, was some kind of strange, like in their possessed obsession with themselves, they convinced themselves that you wanted them to energetically rescue you from you, is what I keep on seeing, which is where we see, the more a mortified violation occurring, because it was literally someone that was not listening to you tell them over and over again the fact that you were making choices out of sound mind and body, and they, right, they were energetically obsessed in the space by which they can, and that's the problem with it. Those who are obsessed get possessed with the fact that there's an that what they're being told isn't energetically true. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, obsession is possession, right? Because obsession is possession, is the modality by which we understand that when we are honoring each other's wishes, then we don't convince ourselves that I keep wondering, we don't convince ourselves of some kind of fabricated story that we tell ourselves to convince ourselves that something else is actually occurring, right? And that's the hard part, right? That's what happens. Like, this is the detriment of those who are deep in their ego, right? Those who are deep in their ego have tendencies of falling into delusional states. And the delusional states that those who are deep within their ego fall into is the space by which they stop being mindful of what others tell them, but rather are inclined to the story that they are telling themselves. So I literally see a situation by which another person, right, was literally, you were telling them without, like, with absolute clarity what was going on, and they convinced themselves, like, they energetically convinced themselves that there was something energetically between you that was not there. Like, it's like it's giving me like that, like, that's what I keep on getting in terms of this, like, in terms of it. And that's what I meant in terms of somebody who kept on, like, somebody who really deeply believed that you were like that. That was what was so bad about it. Like, they literally believed they were doing awful things to you, and they convinced themselves that you were going to thank them for it someday. And I told you, when I talked about the fact that I identified something there with someone, like somebody who was like 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 banished, like, it was giving me the energy of someone who, like, literally, like, they, like, it was them understanding the full like, their punishment, their energetic punishment was recognizing and identifying that it was all, like, it was all a fabrication in their head. Like, it was all the fabrication. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. Thank you so much, Kath. You'll be the next person we're reading for today. Mm-hmm. And also, for those who are joining us on the clock app, we are at 15.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Okay, one moment. Makes absolute sense. I didn't want to go through the door. Thank you for confirming, dear. Mm-hmm. The shape of love is respecting each other's wishes. Exactly, Per. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was very ick energy. And Crisco, thank you for the follow. And Zelim, thank you for the follow as well. And just bear with me a moment. Get tired. Yeah. Thank you. Guys, just a reminder, please don't message individuals sending these false promising messages. We get a lot of them on the clock app. All right, we're going to continue right now. Also, Mustea, please make sure that you're not posting non sequiturs in the chat space. That will also get you blocked and muted. The chat space is for full thought forms to be communicated. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi, dear. Okay, it's okay. It's all right, Kay. I got them. I know. You should have been here. What was it, yesterday? Oh my God, yesterday was wild. You should have seen what was happening in one of the, and it was all related to one reading we had. Joan, thank you for the follow. Okay. Oh, it's very kind of you to say, Crisco. All right. And before we continue with, hold on a moment. Before we continue with Kath's reading, I got you, dear. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the 7. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, that's interesting, Kay. And I'm going to pin up Kath here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. Okay, just bear with me. Okay. Got it. Perfect. Got you. Perfect. Highest priority, please, for Kath. We got 2 here. And one more. So I feel like there's something really important to navigate right now. I'm going to pin you up too. Hold on a minute. Where's Kath? Oh, I mean, that color, that makes sense, Kath, and we're in terms of what we pulled. Let me just pin you here. So the best way I can describe, I feel like there's something about this period right now that it requires, I feel like it's requiring you to have to navigate situations and circumstances with a sense with a sense of, I want to describe it like you need to be the proportional energy in the room right now. And when I mean like you have to be the proportional energy in the room is, I don't know why, I've got some kind of energy around you that feels inclined to, energy that overthinks is energy that blows things out of proportion, is all I keep on hearing. Energy that overthinks is energy that blows things out of proportion, which is the circumstance or the situation by which, you know, like I see, like I almost see you navigating some kind of situation in relationality to having to communicate or speak to another in terms of what one identifies or recognizes feels stabilizing, you know? And it's hard too because like the best way I can describe it is almost like the space by which another person like comes towards them, and you have to like like it's like pulling somebody off like the side of a ledge and being like, what would make you think that? And the thing about it is, and here's the thing about it, when like somebody's not, when somebody is not, when someone's overthinking something, it can often come into the space by which they become overcorrective for it. And so I feel like I see you helping someone like steadily like build into some quality or condition of understanding that you are a safe space. Because and you have to understand that this often happens in the space by which another person has gone through something traumatizing, right? Because the thing about the thing that is often being worked through with those who have experienced trauma is often having to navigate responses to things that are energetically out of proportion to what happened, right? Like that is literally the quality of trauma, and the space by which those who are traumatized sometimes have that same tendency. It's understanding that the anxiety that comes from it is energetically related to the fact that like it's almost like the space by which we identify and articulate the full shape of what someone's experienced. So I think that I feel like there's something important. I even want to write it down in your book. When something, like when somebody comes towards you with something that is disproportional, the best thing you can say to someone, okay? The best thing you can say to someone, and I want you to write down these words. What gives you cause? What gives you cause to believe that? Not why do you believe that? Okay? What gives you cause to believe that? And the reason I say what gives you cause is because understanding that when you say what gives you cause, then what you're actually saying to another is, I am respective, right? Like it is a very respective way to say, can you please walk me through something? And it's also the space by which you say, right, that obviously something has happened, right? You have energetically experienced something. You have experienced something that has formed the framework by which you believe something is occurring. So it's really important, because the difference between saying to someone, why do you believe that, is what gives you cause, which is to say, can you please tell me something about your experience, something that I recognize has happened to you that may be shaping the way that you are seeing a situation differently, the way that I see it, right? And that sometimes can allow for a vastly transformative conversation, because it's not the space by which you're navigating the space. It's not, you see the difference between saying, why do you believe that, which feels like it's challenging someone's belief, right? The difference between someone who feels like one is potentially trying to challenge another's belief versus saying, can you please show me the architecture behind what you describe as a working theory, right? Can you show me the architecture and that often is the space by which you can help another person, particularly if they're trauma informed. Because here's the thing about it. Sometimes, right? Sometimes what we've experienced, sometimes we bring irrational things to each other, not because they haven't happened to us, but it's a space by which we have to alleviate or help another person heal from something that is no longer happening. Bottom of the deck on this read. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Pentacles. Especially with the Ace of Pentacles there. Because I want to describe the Ace of Pentacles that we're potentially seeing there is like, and there's a difference, right? I feel like there's something very qualitative and important between, I keep on hearing the difference between disbelieving someone versus helping another person understand that something that they actually went through is not something that they're going through with us, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, and the understanding of, and I keep on hearing the investment, right? The investment of saying to another person, I am invested in understanding the cause by which you effectively believe something, is the space by which we often are able to build a better connection to them, because it's the space by which we say, what's happening might not necessarily be happening, but I want to understand why you think it's happening that way, because it might be energetically relevant, right? So it almost allows somebody to be able to kind of help us understand more where they're coming from, particularly as it relates to a situation by which it may feel like they're being, right, overly careful or overly cautious. So think about that. I feel like that's something very important as it relates to something that you're currently dealing with. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. That's a big request, Desmond. That's a big request. That's a big request. I've had a lot of people come in here asking for a lot of things, but that one's new to me. That one's new to me. That one's new. I hope you're having a lovely day. Where were we? Just bear with me. Excellent. All right, where were we? Yeah, I already got myself out of a complicated situation, but I guess they're overthinking what I said. I don't like here. Here's the thing. Like the thing about it. I just keep on feeling. I just kept on getting the same message in terms of that as a response, which is like the difference between how another person chooses to perceive something versus having to identify that when we perceive things in certain ways, we should have cause to perceive them that way, you know? Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing it relevant in a couple of different ways for you. Yeah, and it's not here's the thing about it too, Nikki. It's not just a question of saying like that's the thing that's important about it. It's not saying that one is necessarily the cause. Being like, what have you experienced that makes you think that that's happening? Right? It's the observation of trying to say like, is it something that you experience from me, or is it something that you experience from another person? Yeah, thank you for confirming, Kath. And Abdul, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Julie, these are donation based readings. We already did a free collective today, so if you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. I mean, you'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. The investment of understanding. What a concept to invest in understanding. Oh, thank you, Atom. But here's the thing about it. Like that's what a healthy relationship is, right? Like what is a healthy relationship if not the desire to have an investment in understanding? That's what that's what a beautiful relationship is built upon. And that's why you'll often hear like that's often why you kind of hear like often when somebody says like whatever or I don't care, right? Whatever and I don't care. This is why those words are the death knell. Like that's why those words are effectively the death knell of relationship because it's the modality or the experience by which another person like that's why when somebody hears those words, it often feels like it's the space by which you hear a relationship coming to a closure point because it's a space by which another person has basically said to you in that moment, I am not invested, like I am not investing in trying to understand, right? That's why, if you've ever wondered why those words hurt so much, why those words feel so devastating when there's somebody that we care about, it's because when you recognize that a relationship is the investment of understanding and another person says, I don't care or whatever, what they're really saying is, I am no longer invested in understanding you, which is often the space by which they identify the fact that the relationship feels effectively over. Thank you so much. All right, my friends, we are going to continue right now. If you want to get on the list right now, the list is now open. You'll be the next person read for. In the meantime, we're also doing 1 card readings for super fans and subscribers. So if you are for super fans, subscribers, and paid members. So if you are a super fan or subscriber or a paid member, you can put, and this is often like I like to point this out too, like that's why you'll often see like when you recognize relationships that often feel like another person trying to take advantage, that's often why someone's like, why are you upset? I just said whatever, or I don't care, being like, this is why, because it gives the understanding of someone who does not see the desire to know or understand another, but the fact that one wants something from another, right? And the thing is, healthy relationships are not wanton places, right? The reason we articulate upon the fact that healthy relationships are not wanton places is that it's not the space by which we just desire things without understanding the full capacity of another. But you'll often see, this is why you often find that wanton relationships are unsatisfying, because there isn't that desire or investiture to understand the full shape of another person. Thank you so much, Emily, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person we're going to read for today. And I am going to take a moment, though. We do have, please hold if you haven't posted a one card yet. I will answer the one cards that just came through. Absolutely. Hi there, Alexandra. Ooh. We've got the Eight of Wands in its reversal, which is speaking to me. I feel like I see um it's like don't it's like I feel like there's something about the word having not been spread enough is what I keep on getting. Yeah, the Page of Cups in its reversal, I don't necessarily feel like it's a like it doesn't feel like necessarily like a total bad thing. Um yeah, it's like working out the kinks to a certain extent is what I keep on seeing. But like the thing about it is I don't know if there was some kind of exclusivity that was created, but it almost feels like an environment that felt more exclusive than welcoming in some way. I'm not sure, like something about somebody like having a conversation with you about it. Kath, one card regarding their current energy for towards you. I mean, the thing about it is it doesn't feel to me like they're disappointed. I feel like they recognize the fact that your standards are high. You know? Like there's that high priestess. And I got to point out if they're disappointed that you have high standards, yeah. If they're disappointed that you have high standards, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. We don't like we don't keep showing up and saying, have you lowered your standards yet? Is what I keep on hearing. Like animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the stag energy. You know, like it's giving me like there's something creepy about someone who feels like they're trying to wear us down is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it feels like it's like it's giving me the type of energy like somebody who feels in some way that like somebody who feels like in some way that you're like I keep on hearing making sure they don't think you're playing hard to get. Make sure you're saying them like I am not interested, full stop. You know? Yeah. One moment, please. And row. Hold on a minute. Highest priority, please, for row. We've got the Four of Swords in its upright. So I feel like this is you. Like I feel like there's somebody who feels like they can be themselves around you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Um like it's giving me like it's like some I feel like it's somebody who almost like wants to spend time with you but doesn't like they don't want to go somewhere with you is what I keep on hearing. Like it almost seems like somebody who like somebody who wants to stay in with you, if that makes sense. Animal spirit, yeah, with the crane energy, you know, like somebody it's almost feeling like it's feeling like somebody who might have some kind of social anxiety is what I keep on getting. And that's sometimes what's hard. Like it's I feel like sometimes it's hard because I almost see somebody who hates to go through the business of getting to know someone. They just want to like skip to the part where they can just kind of like like if they're I keep wondering give someone who's socially awkward a chance to a certain extent because sometimes I keep on seeing the difficulty in putting on the performative ritual of getting to know one another can sometimes feel very, very difficult for someone that that is very authentic, you know? So I feel like there's something important there. Hi there, Yaz. One card, highest priority for Yaz, please. We've got the King of Pentacles in its upright. So I'm just seeing circumstances or situations. Um, um, you know, it says to me, like, I see you building into healthy relationship that sees and identifies what an energetic gift you are to a certain extent. Just bear with me a moment. Bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, particularly and especially with this Chariot energy. I feel like I feel like I see you. Like, I feel like I see you, um, like letting go. I keep on hearing, um, letting go of relationships, like letting go of relationships that feel like they like letting go of relationships that feel the sense of liking a past version of self instead of the present is what I keep on seeing. Hold on a minute. Yeah, animal spirit here. Yeah, the owl energy. Um, the owl energy feels very curious because I feel like I feel like it's almost you kind of healing from somebody. I like to point out there's some energy that um like works through like energy that works through um their own like confidence is what I keep on seeing. Like the confidence, the confidence in order to do something is often like like is almost requiring you to have a conversation with someone in terms of like what their intentions are. I keep wondering, especially like especially if someone feels like they're going back and forth with you, um like being able to say to someone, I feel like we've had this conversation before, can often be very empowering because it reminds another person upon the fact that you're identifying a pattern that you're working to heal. Yeah, hold on a minute. Yeah, it's a location that's been more isolated. Oh, they last minute. Okay, thank you for confirming. I hope that I feel like and the thing about it, like I would almost stress, Kath, it feels like in that if that's the situation, any communication is going to give them the wrong idea. You know what I mean? Like it almost feels to me like someone who feels like as long as you're communicating, they still have some kind of chance of convincing you. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Ro. Hi there, Mia. Yeah, you're so welcome, Yaz. Excellent. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Emily. Emily, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Excellent. Okay, and wonderful. Before we continue right now, just bear with me one moment. Okay, so Emily, if you could just please give me, if you could please give me the last, the and just the initial of the last name that you sent payment through. One moment. Perfect. I appreciate that. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. We'll do it again after the next reading. And just bear with me one moment. Guys, make sure to give Emily some love. We're doing a spirit guide reading. Okay. Please. So there's something I'm observing. I feel like there's something I see you working through right now that requires you to give some kind of clarity to something. And the thing with clarity, the thing you have to understand is, and I want to stress this, there's something very significant and important in the observation of it's really frustrating when it feels like we have to energetically keep our eye on things in order to maintain that something is happening in the way that it should, is the best way I can describe it. And I like to point this out, that's where a lot of frustration often springs from, because the sound, the space by which we feel supported is the space by which someone is doing something the way that we anticipate that we would prefer it done, even when we're not there, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something about that that's very important, because I feel like I see a situation by which you're moving away, right? You're moving away from a toxic environment. And you have to recognize it as such, because a toxic environment, like a toxic environment, um, tries to blame another for the inability to be everywhere at once. And I want you to recognize that, because I literally see you doing everything possible to prioritize, not just for yourself, but for everyone around the self. And it's interesting because I literally see this guide that articulates that you deserve, right? You deserve that the same amount of you deserve the same amount of energetic care, right? It should not feel, if there's situations by which others are like, and I keep wondering, pay attention to energy that feels like it tries to condemn you for having responsibility rather than energetically celebrating you for it. Because the thing about it, and I feel like there's something really important about it, is I almost feel like I see you being the mature force in a room. And the mature force in the room, right? Like a mature force in the room often has to navigate, um, like I just keep on getting teasing energy, right? And what is like what does teasing energy say? Like teasing energy often teasing energy often teases like responsible energy that's prioritizing, because, right? And I keep on hearing, like, you probably observe the shallowness, right? And I feel like that's why I'm getting some kind of point of empathy there, which is like recognize and understand. Like, and I feel like it's almost requiring you to have to look at a situation with some type of empathy, which is to say, like, when another person teases you for having responsibility, hold empathy in the observation of how shallow that person's life must be, right? Like, there it is. There it is. There it is on full display. Like, and the thing about it is, often energy like that is thinks, I keep wondering, energy like that often thinks that they're being clever, but what they're really doing is they're making an absolute fool of themselves, right? Like, there's shallow energy. There's shallow energy teasing. Like, there's shallow energy literally teasing another for having responsibility, right? And feeling proud of themselves. And then everybody else around them, right? All the mature energy around them looks at what they're doing and they feel like it's not only condemnable, but it is reprehensible. And I feel like that's what I'm getting from your guide. Remember, like, and here's the thing about it. There are things that we do that have spiritual consequences, and often the spiritual consequences that we navigate have to do with the reprehensibility of trying to tear another person down in the context of them literally doing everything possible to try to hold others up, right? And I feel like you know that. And I know it's not easy, because often, like, I'm not sure what this situation you're going through is, but I feel like the space by which I've got a guide around you, they know that intensely, right? They know that intensely. Bottom of the deck. It's not your job. It's not your job to be like, observe, don't absorb, you know? it's not your job. I know, like, it's not your job to have to raise another person right. And again, this is there's a conscientious point that energy, like, you have to understand, there's a conscientious point by which energy like this is acceptable. But when one comes into a point of maturation, right? Like if someone desires to be a child, then let them play. But if one is ready to be energetically responsible, then the space by, like, the space by which we don't respond, like, we don't energetically respond to childish energy, right? Because it would be like, I keep wondering, it would be the energetic equivalent of arguing with a child. And I think that you know what that means. The only thing more ridiculous, okay? Like the only thing, because here's the thing about it, right? The only thing more ridiculous than working into the space of someone not, and you'll often notice this, like the space by which, like, the only thing more devastating than seeing a child not understanding something is seeing an adult that behaves like a child, that reacts to a child, that doesn't energetically understand, right? Don't let another person regress you. I know how hard it is, because especially it feels like somebody who knows where all your triggers are. Recognize if they're trying to trigger you. Be like, that's nice. So how'd you figure out that was, like, you can say to them, like, oh, it's quite a trigger you got there. Yeah, you're right. That's a very sensitive thing. Right. And the way you can usually navigate when someone's trying to trigger you is in the moment, right? In the moment by which they try to laugh about something, you remind them that's a painful memory. Right. If another person is getting delight over your trauma, reaffirm to them, say, what you find funny was the worst moment I experienced, right? Remind them, give them empathy. But when I say give them empathy, I don't mean you have to tolerate it. I mean, give them empathy. Help them understand what something was like for you. Give them your empathy. Say, if you are actually interested, here is actually what that felt like. This is exactly what it was. Allow the communication of it, right? Allow your clarity to be the gift of education. And in that modality, that is the space by which everything can change. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you so much for the follow. I already said that exactly. I'm not interested. I'm uncomfortable. You don't have to communicate any further. If they persist, all they're telling you is they are not being there. They have boundary issues and they're not mindful. They don't care about your comfort. I felt that deep breath. Thank you, Ro. You're so welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. And thank you for sharing the live, Abul. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. That makes so much sense. Thank you for confirmation. You're so welcome, Enigmatic. All right, my friends, the list is now open if you would like to get on the list. In the meantime, if there's anyone who is a super fan or a paid member who has not had a 1 card pull yet, who would like a 1 card pull, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'm the mom. Oh, I understand. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And I feel like one of the things I'm seeing in relationality to that is, like I said, like like that's what I was getting in relationality. Like if another person, like if another person wants to effectively mock something, you give them empathy. And I don't mean, like when I don't mean that by saying that you allow it to happen, you say, actually, this is exactly what it felt like to experience that, right? Like you give somebody, like you give someone you give them the full gift of empathy in terms of clarifying to them what they I keep wondering what they consider frivolous and you identify as serious, right? Like give them that energetic equivalency point, and sending you so much support, dear. All right, let's continue right now. As I mentioned, we've got 1 card readings now for super fans and for paid members. If you have not had a question, oh, Alexandra, I got you on the list, dear. And for anybody interested, we've got 4 spots left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. And I feel like it's interesting too, because like Denise, thank you for getting on the list as well. You know, I kept on seeing like there's something about that guide that is like the guide I was reading for feels like they're deeply connected to light, right? And bringing light into things. So like I keep on saying, when somebody responds with frivolity, you give them the gift of education. And I know how difficult that is, right? I know it's not what they deserve. Like I know it's not like, and this is why they were giving me a lot of that energy. Like I know how triggering it can be, but this is why they're saying like that is you being the mature energy, right? And sending you so much support, dear. All right, we've got 3 more spots available today. The next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if you get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Denise, Alexandra needs a minute. So if you could let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question. I got you, dear. And just bear with me a moment. And before we continue with Denise's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. We'll do that again after the next reading. And we're doing a new moon reading for Denise. I'm going to pin up Denise here. Guys, make sure to give Denise some love. Okay. 4 cards, please. So it's not your response, like it's not your responsibility to fix another person's existence. It's not your responsibility to fix another person's existence. And I feel like I feel like that's really important, because I feel like and here's the thing about it. Um, it's saying to me, I'm not sure why this is coming through, but messy energy likes to rush processes. Messy energy likes to rush processes. And I feel like, I don't know if I have a book with for you yet, but let me double check. I feel like I feel like I do have a book. You have to write that down. You know? Which is to say, if another person says blink and or you'll miss it, I guarantee you haven't missed anything positive. Okay? I need you. If someone, like, I guarantee you, if there is a if someone tries to come towards you with a blink and you'll miss it situation, I guarantee you are not missing anything positive there. Because and you have to understand this, because it feels very energetically, and it's interesting too. It feels very energetically, all that tells you is somebody who is not invested in getting to know you, right? All it tells you, okay? All it tells you is that is energy that is not invested in getting to know you. You haven't missed, and it's coming directly from a guide. It's coming directly from a guide. And because, and I know I hate to say this too, because there is energy. All right. And I know this sounds really sad and depressing, but I'm just going to I'm going to relate to you. There is energy that often sees the quality of another person in terms of how fast they'll jump. I know, I know that sounds really depressing, but typically someone who is not invested in a good relationship, someone who is not invested in a deep connection, the way you can usually recognize it is there's that energy that offers things in a very short window of time, right? There's the energy that tries to offer something, and I keep on hearing, never mind. Never mind is your confirmation. The word never mind is your confirmation that is someone that you should avoid at all costs. If there's somebody there, and I literally see a situation of someone going, "Hey, can I ask you something? Hey, can I do this?" And then you get back to them in a reasonable point and they go, "Never mind." That is somebody who is not seeking, that is not someone seeking a healthy relationship. That is somebody seeking a codependent one. Okay? And the thing about it is codependent energy reveals itself because codependent energy does not look For true connection, they look for speed. Codependent relationships, the way you can often navigate a codependent relationship is the fact by which another person tries to punish another for not being fast enough, because that is the shape of the codependence. It's the energy that says to another, how dare you leave me? Like, how dare you leave me to my own devices for too long? And the song, like the song you'll hear with energy like that, is often the space, right? Pay attention to someone who's energetically baiting you. And somebody who's energetically baiting you is reaching out to see how quickly you'll energetically respond. And in the space by which, and it often feels really confusing when you see a relationship like that, because it's like somebody will ask you something and you respond in a normal amount of time and suddenly they're like, never mind. And you're like, what's wrong? And they're like, nothing, because they're seeking a codependent relationship, right? That modality, or the observation of being able to recognize and understand the quality and situation by which we apply time to things, is the space by which we observe. I keep on hearing healthy relationships are built upon normalized absorption, which is the space by which we understand that we have a lot of things going on, right? We don't take, like, we don't take the time personally. We take it respectively. And I feel like that's something that's very important, that I see, that I feel like I see you both healing from, but I also see you feeling upon. And the thing about it, and this is what I keep on hearing, like, get away, like, absolutely. And I feel like I keep on hearing, get away from going, going, gone, right? And the reason I keep on hearing get away from going, going, gone is the modality by which another person tries to make you feel, right? Tries to make you feel energetically punished because you're not responding as quickly as they would aspire that you respond to them, especially, and you have to understand, especially if you have priorities, then all that person is showing you is that they are not respective. What they're saying is, what they're literally saying to you, what they're trying to broadcast to you is saying, have no priorities beyond me, right? That's the energy that tries to go, have no priorities beyond me. And if you have any other priorities, how dare you, right? That is, and I think that there's something really important about that, because I feel like, to a certain extent, I see you both healing from that, but I also still feel like there's a lot of that energy currently around you to a certain extent. And so it feels to me very much like this is a guide reading that's coming towards you in the new moon, that says your divine counterpart respects your time. They want you to take it. Yeah, it's interesting, because I thought it was a guide reading, but it's the divine counterpart saying your divine counterpart respects your time and wants you to take it, which means it's not going to be a situation by anyone by which they ever feel that they try to effectively rush you through something, but the modality by which another person is respective of the fact that prioritization is earned, not energetically demanded. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Denise. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind There are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for the compliment, Amanda. I've saved myself a lot of first date student never mind energy. And here's the thing about it. Like you can't, it doesn't get better. It gets worse. It doesn't get better. It just gets so much worse with energy like that. Yeah, I don't like the new update. Oh, I didn't know that was happening. Interesting. All right, let's continue right now. And Alexandra, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Got it. It's on the disco. I got you, dear. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Where'd it go? Mm-hmm. All right, and before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Is this inside tea or outside? It looks like it's inside tea. Yes, inside tea. Okay, I need a moment to read over this. In the meantime, I'll give you guys a hearth warmer. What are you doing right now to strengthen your confidence? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Did you say that I'm sorry, did you say that this is inside tea or are you comfortable with it being outside tea? I just wanted to confirm. And also, friends who are waiting, we're at 21.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Okay, it sounds like you want it to be inside, so that's perfectly fine. No, I completely understand. That's why I wanted to check. Excellent. All right. And I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. Guys, make sure to give Alexandra some love. The reading we're doing is a love reading. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with navigating. I keep on hearing it's working through the observation of a lot, like it's an energetic read as it relates to one's own feelings related to love, as it were, is the best way I can describe it. So can I please get 4 cards? Thank you. 2 more. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, so what I'm basically seeing that you're working through, and this is really important, is you're identifying you're identifying the difference energetically between a mood and a mode. It's the difference between a mood and a mode. Okay? Like you'll often notice that we utilize the word modality here a lot. And the best way I can kind of describe it is the difference between a mood and a mode is the observation of something that we feel an inclination to versus something that we versus the space by which we potentially operate all the time. Okay. And the best way I like to describe it is, and when it comes to, and this is often what we talk about in relationality to working towards our manifestation goals. One of the things we need to do when we're building into manifestation goals is feeling into a mood to see if we want it to be our mode. Okay. And I want to describe the fact that you're feeling that is potentially possible, is positive, because it means that you're probably moving towards a manifestation goal, because you have to understand, and we talk about this, that there's no manifestation goal on the planet that's going to make you feel any differently. The worst reason, the absolute worst reason, the absolute worst reason to reach for a manifestation goal is to try to derive the fact that one feels convinced that you will be a different person on the other side of it, right? There's no manifestation goal on the planet that energetically changes us, but the observation that how we feel changes everything is often the observation of the like the wonderful miracle, the absolute wonderful miracle of moving towards a manifestation goal is the ability by which you're able to see more and to learn more and to gravitate into things. And it's the gift, right? The feeling is the gift that comes with a manifestation goal, which is often why you'll notice that sometimes, that this is why it's not necessarily negative to notice the quality by which one's manifestation goal starts to change as one arrives closer and closer towards it, because that is the precision that's energetically sharpening upon the manifestation goal as one understands and resolves oneself to the way it feels to be able to energetically inhabit what it is that we identify and recognize that we're trying to move towards. And this is often why, especially when we're younger, you'll see energy trying a lot of different things, because it's the space by which you say, like, oh, like that looked good on the outside, but then when I did it, it wasn't necessarily for me, right? Like the observational point of maturity is recognizing the difference between moods and modes, which is the modality by which we feel the energetic inclination towards something versus the space by which we feel the identification point, the delight, right? The delight of actually occupying it. And that's effectively what we see is energetically occurring there, particularly, I keep on hearing, particularly for you as it relates to partnership, because you identified, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you qualified the fact that you've been taking a more loving approach to yourself in the space by which these things are energetically happening. And you identified first the fact that you said that you desired, like you energetically desired something and you were thinking about it. And then there you were gifted with it shortly, gifted with that an energy shortly after. It is the space. It's kind of interesting, right? Because and this is what's interesting. Were you longing for it or were you energetically anticipating it? Now I got you. Were you longing for it or were you anticipating it? Were you longing for it or were you anticipating it? Were you longing for something to occur or were you feeling right or were you feeling the modality by which you felt something like energetically approaching? Now, in the same space, we see that you articulated that you said that you sometimes have these strong urges as it relates to relationship and finding yourself in those moments desiring to be in a connection in a way that you articulated that you never felt before. Except, and this is the important part, right? When something came towards you, it didn't feel like that. Now, I want to show you something that's really beautiful, right? Because there you go, following a manifestation goal. And you're literally describing to me the situation of you following the manifestation properly. Because when we're following a manifestation, the best way to follow a manifestation is to effectively be, right? Hooked. It's like hooked on a feeling. Okay. And the thing about it is being hooked on a feeling. Okay. The reason we identify that it's important to be energetically hooked on a feeling is because the feeling protects us. You know, the feeling protects us because when we start moving towards the manifestation goal that feeling is connected to, right? Then it's the observation of feeling the intensification of that energy that allows us to be able to move towards it more effectively. But I want you to think about it to a certain extent, like those urges that you are having. If you're identifying to me that you're having these urges of feeling prior to coming into connection with someone, I want you to think about it as the compass point, right? There's that compass point of your manifestation goal, the feeling that arrives that helps you to attenuate and say, like, there's the guide giving you that feeling, going, this is what it should probably feel like, right? Now let's see if it actually feels like that. Because that identification, and here's the thing that's important about it, that identification point is not the fact by which it might instantaneously feel like that, right? There's never going to be a modality by which you immediately, well, there could be sometimes, the modality by which you immediately feel like that with another versus the space by which something can grow into that. But what's beautiful about it is when you have that feeling, you can utilize that as a qualifier, right? It becomes a qualifier that you are then able to identify and recognize to say to yourself, is there the possibility of this growing into that? Or does this feel so antithetical to what that felt like that there's no possible way it could ever reach that point? Because, and this is why we understand our feelings are blessings, the identification point of understanding that you know it's real, right? You know that feeling is real because you felt it before. Because you felt it, it's not something that it's not in something incapable of you having, but it allows you to be able to take that energy and bring it towards things to be able to assess if it feels like, again, if it feels like, and this is the beautiful thing, healthy relationships are built upon mutual potential, which is the modality by which we don't feel like we're deluding ourselves, right? We don't feel like we're deluding ourselves and being like, well, it doesn't feel like that at all, but maybe if I stick around, it will, right? Which is often the qualifier that says, like, it probably won't, versus a space of saying, right, this feels like the start of something. This feels like something that could grow into something flourishing and nourishing, right? Flourishing and nourishing. And that is often the space by which we identify the work of mutual reciprocity, right? And that is the modality by which, again, when you think about it that way, then it makes sense that you're feeling these things, because those feelings are helping you qualify whether you're moving towards your manifestation goal effectively. Bottom of the deck, right? It's hard though, because it might not necessarily feel like that at the onset. But the space by which it's up to you, right? That's you. That's where your responsibility comes in, because it's up to you to be able to assess and address whether you feel that something has the potentiality of reaching that point, or if it feels like it's moving in the opposite direction. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 more spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. Astrology, I'm happy. These are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation. I'll be happy to read for you. Excellent. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. If there's anyone who is a super fan, or a paid subscriber who has not sent a donation in, you can go ahead and put your question in, or a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos. You can put your question in the chat space and I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a paid member or super fan, now is the time if you'd like to secure a 1 card free 1 card reading. Oh, thank you for also connecting to that message as well, Per. So allow that to be, like, I keep on hearing, like, allow that to be a qualifier to help you understand and recognize whether it feels like that's something that you're moving in alignment to, or if what you're feeling from another person doesn't feel like it's in alignment to it. And thank you again, dear. Yaz, if you'd like to get on the list, that's wonderful. If you want to send a donation, you'll be the next person on the list. 1 card regarding connection, please, for Chrissy. Whoop. Got 3 cards here. Okay. I feel like this is making sure that you're doing the work to be able to articulate and define what it is that you're looking for completely and wholly within oneself. Bottom of the deck on this reading. When we know what we're looking for, then we're able to articulate it. I keep on hearing, we understand, like, when we're ready to navigate healthy connection, we understand that the ability to articulate what it is that we seek to have with one another isn't the promise that we're going to have it, but it's the ability to articulate upon what we ideally would like to see, particularly with the stag energy, right? It's like, it says to me, like, healthy energy does not keep each other in the dark as it relates to what one's intentions are, is what I keep on getting. Thank you. I know you said it's not that it's like the whole deck fell out, but in that quality, like that's why the cards were. I was still holding those cards. You know, Ivana, good to see you today. One card, please. I feel like I see you doing a lot of work in terms of transforming situations or circumstances in ways that feel like they're beneficial towards you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the Six of Wands in its reversal. Here, when you're doing something, don't require healthy energy and relationships don't require proof, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Um, like it says to me, like we say it with our chest or not at all. And I like to point out, I keep wondering, healthy energy says things from their chest, which is is the space by which another person it's like we get something off of our chest, but only in the space by which we've already worked out, whether it's something that we need to internally do or something that we need to articulate to another, right? It's not about working on not being right, not building into the context of the relief of getting something off of our chest, but the qualifier as it relates to whether it's a relief for another person potentially receiving it, right? That's the ability, and the way that something feels good to get off our chest is the space by which we give someone a healthy direction in the context by which we do so. Thank you. Laurel, one card, highest priority. The Justice card. So I feel like there's something about a situation or circumstance by which you're articulating or trying to bring balance to a circumstance or situation. Knight of Cups in its reversal, like the Knight of Cups in its reversal, the Knight of Cups in its reversal is identifying and articulating. It's really, I just keep on hearing, it's really creepy when another person tries to say, like, make yourself uncomfortable for me, right? Yeah, like, especially with the dog energy, like it's almost like it's saying, like, it's almost like, and I want to describe this, like we when we care about each other, we are respective of each other's comfort zones. Like when we are comfortable with each other, we're respective of each other's comfort zones. And I feel like there's something really important about that, particularly, I feel like particularly and especially as it relates to you, as it relates to you trying to, as it relates to you trying to get a better understanding. When we care about each other, we're able to articulate and define what we mean to each other, is what I keep on seeing. Like there's no, I keep hearing there's like no weird liminal space in terms of identifying the nature of a relationship that's happening between us. I feel like there's something important about that. Ibrahim, thank you for the follow. And I feel like that's like your questions purify situations. Absolutely. Excellent. Final call right now. Yaz, did you still want to get on the list, dear? Oh, you just sent? Perfect. Okay, Yaz, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. I got you, dear. Yes, highest priority for highest interest, please. Beautifully stated. 3 cards, please. One more. You know, it feels to me like there's something coming through about recognizing and identifying what it means when we effectively have earned the right to energetically talk about something. And it's an interesting message that's coming through upon it, because the state or nature by which we articulate that we've earned the right to talk about something is the space by which we help another person see that we ourselves have experienced, like we ourselves have experienced something. And that's what I'm basically seeing there is, and I feel like it's interesting because it's the understanding of nuance and equivalency points. And nuance and equivalency points often speak to us in the circumstance and direction by which we ourselves are able to identify um, the full. I keep on getting the, and it's interesting too because the word that's coming through upon it is um and I don't know why this is coming through, but I'm just going to translate to you what I'm seeing, and I need to write it down in your book. But poverty poverty is the state by which we have been disempowered. Okay, I have to write this down. Hold on. And I think that that's really interesting because what I'm basically seeing in this reading is somebody attenuating and articulating upon the different states of energetic poverty that we experience. And I keep on getting the way by which you can navigate the level of poverty, the level of poverty that another person has reached is their relationship to desperation, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like that is what I basically see that is important, right? And the thing about it is when somebody articulates, like when another person articulates upon poverty as an energetic concept, then what we really hear is the understanding that the poverty is qualified by the adjacency to desperation, right? And you cannot qualify. The thing I keep on hearing is you cannot qualify the choices that another person makes in an impoverished state, because you cannot qualify the choices that another person must make in an impoverished state, because the choices that another person makes in an impoverished state are energetic acts of desperation. And this is very important to recognize and realize. And you'll often see this, right? What will entitled energy do? Entitled energy will try to create the double negative situation by which they'll put someone in a poverty state, and then they act desperately, and then they try to articulate and saying, oh, you see, they're exactly like I told you that they would be, because it's the understanding. Often energy that's entitled has never had to experience desperation at any moment or any circumstance in their experience. The recognition, right? The recognition, the fallacy that often comes from those who are entitled is feeling Like, you'll often see somebody who's entitled be like, oh, I've been desperate, and be like, tell me about your most desperate moment. Be like, it was really hard. Be like, hard is not desperate. Hard is not desperate. Hard is not, things are hard, but they're not desperate, right? Because desperate is the modality by which you literally feel. Desperate is literally the modality by which you feel like one has to navigate incredibly painful, unfair choices. So, someone who's never had to make an unfair choice, right? If someone hasn't had to make an unfair choice, then they've never experienced poverty, right? They've never, if they haven't had to make it, I don't, I'm like, I feel like it's interesting. You've got an ancestral guide that's articulating a lot of this. If someone hasn't made a desperate choice, then they don't know the first thing about poverty, is what I keep on seeing. But there are often those, right? There are often those that try to claim, right? There are often those that try to claim that they understand that state, having like, because they're like, oh, I haven't had the things that I've liked. That's not desperation. Like, that's not desperation. That's not desperation. And so I feel like it's really hard because I feel like it's almost you having to have a hard conversation with someone about the fact that they may be and you'll notice this about somebody who when somebody you can be, right? You can be entitled, but when you're entitled, you better be responsible with your entitlement, right? Is like when you're entitled, like, and here's the thing about, we can't blame someone if they arrive in an entitled state. But if you arrive entitled, then you better get in the business of being pretty responsible with that entitlement, because it's the observation of understanding that though you may not have created the situation, you are working to try to effectively correct it, right? Because identifies and articulates the shape and nature of the type of person you are. And you'll often see this. Often entitled energy likes to go around singing the song, I'm in danger, I'm in danger, I'm in danger. And then you say to entitled energy, what are you entitled about? They're trying to take my entitlement away from me. Yeah. You should be doing that too. You should be doing, it's like, yes, right? It's not the space by which, and you'll often see this, like, energy that's entitled is usually running around going, the sky is falling, the sky is falling, the sky is falling, because it's a space by which another person says, oh, everybody doesn't like me. But being like, it's not that they don't like you, it's because you don't see yourself. And when we care about ourselves, we work to see ourselves with clarity. And when we work to see ourselves with clarity, it's not that we're perfect, but we observe what we're energetically working on. And you deserve that too, which is, I keep on saying, don't let somebody, don't let somebody tell you that you don't have the right to talk about something because you didn't energetically go through it. And it's interesting too, because this feels literally like one of your ancestrals coming through to talk to you about a situation. I just keep on hearing their legacy is your birthright too. Their legacy is your birthright too, which says that you are not separate from the conversation. You are part and parcel of it. And your ability of being able to recognize the place that you are gives you the energetic power to be a part of that conversation. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly and especially with this Nine of Swords that I see. Like, I feel like I almost see you trying to help somebody through their own fear-based mentality or the false illusion that they're giving themselves as it relates to the state or nature of being in energetic danger. I keep on hearing someone being mean to us isn't someone being dangerous to us, which is very interesting, because I just keep on hearing you saying to someone the modality by which, right, when somebody's mean to us, right, then we better try to get into the business of understanding why. And that doesn't necessarily mean, right, that doesn't necessarily mean that we deserve it, but being able to understand, and that's where I keep on hearing, what gives you cause to feel that way. It's returning back to the reading we did previously. When we understand and say, can you please identify the source of where that feelings comes from, then we start to be able to navigate the breach between what we feel and what it is that we can work on actively healing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yaz. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I have got 2 spots available today. If you'd like to get on the list, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you as well. Poverty is a state in which we were disempowered. Thank you for also receiving that message, Yaz. Oh, what a question, Lisa. What is an identity? And what is an identity? Let's see here. I mean, it's interesting that you said that the question is to hold more, and it says to a certain extent to release outcomes, right? Like we don't hold things for expectations. When we hold something with from a point of honor, then we hold it because we know it's energetically valuable. So I feel like this is you, like letting go, like holding on to things, but letting go of the energetic outcome of them. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. That is the source of our energetic empowerment, because that's us coming into source by being able to identify and stand in our presence, right? So valuing the value of your presence is the space by which you start being kinder to yourself, particularly in relationality to what you're doing, but also in what you're trying to do, right? You doing what you need to do, like recognize at every moment you are being your most perfect version of yourself. And that doesn't mean that you're perfect, but it does mean that you're working on it. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that bear energy, right? It's not, it doesn't require you to be in it doesn't require you to be in a perfect state every moment. It just requires to be in a learning state. Heart is not desperate. Yes. Thank you as well, Bridget. I really wonder who my ancestral guide was talking about. It feels a lot like you having to navigate a certain environment right now or conversations. Exactly. Beautifully said, Bridget. That is so accurate. Yeah, exactly. Beautifully stated, Bridget. There you go, right? The quality and understanding and relationality to another person feeling like the worst thing that could happen and being like, well, like that's the calibration point. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're so welcome, Yasmin. Thank you for having that reading with me. Thank you for those hearts, Monique. And thank you, chat, for the follow. All right, my friends, I feel like this is one of those readings that will make even more sense. I feel like I feel like it's something, and that's why I wrote it down. Like, I feel like, hold on to that to a certain extent, particularly as it relates to another person. Like, it almost feels like somebody trying to say, what right do you have to talk about something, and you being like, let me tell you a little, like don't make assumptions, let me tell you a little bit about my history, you know. Thank you so much, dear. Final call right now for anyone who is a super fan, or anyone who is a paid member who has not had a one card pull today, who would like a one card. Thank you, chat, for the follow. We will be back on. We will be back on tomorrow. I just had a flashback. You're so welcome, Yaz. I'm so glad that connected. Avatar, I got you, dear. One card, highest priority for Avatar, please. Um, you don't have to do anything. I always think it's interesting. There's nothing funnier. You can never tell. You can always tell, like, the distorted state that another person is living their life in when they throw an insult at you and you catch a compliment. Like, there's nothing like, congratulations to being on the wacky healing journey. where someone throws an insult at you and you catch a compliment, is what I keep on hearing. Like someone being like, you're so emotional, and being like, I know, it's great. I'm in touch with my emotions. We're supposed to be. Or someone being like, you're always looking like, why do you always have to rationalize things? Be like, because logic is literally the sound of trauma not entering, right? It's just continue, like it's like, if that's what you're experiencing, like continue. I know it feels ridiculous, like keep on moving, you're clearly in the right direction, you know. One card for Melissa, high priority please. It feels like somebody, it actually feels um it actually feels like, it's interesting because I was gonna, it's like there's an ancestor that's in connection with your higher self that is giving you some kind of point, like point of empowerment as it relates to a choice that you recently made. Yeah. Like I keep on hearing, I know it was a hard decision, but it was the right one. Yeah, particularly with the fox energy, you know? Like like I don't know why we keep on hearing, when we care about each other, we don't feel like we're getting away with things with one another, you know? Like we do things better, right? We don't say to another person, "Oh, you know how I am," being like, "Well, this is who I like." Like it says to me, like it feels like I almost see you saying like, often the space by which you recognize someone taking advantage, being like, with every person that takes an advantage, another rule, but it's okay for you to have feelings about it, you know? I sometimes rewatch my readings and some of them only make sense after a period of time. That's one of the highest compliments you can give me as a reader, per. If I give you a reading and it makes more sense the longer you move like through it, like that's a high compliment for me as well. Exactly. I love that, Bridget. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a different perspective. Absolutely. I'm glad to hear that that's the case. Means I'm doing my work effectively. I rewatched a reading a few months ago and it's like a whole situation unlocked. I'm very, again, highest compliment you can give me as a reader. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, and again, like one of the things, like often I've had readings with clients where like like a year will come by, and they'll be like, "I gotta tell you," and I'm like, "Okay, good." Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. Yes, I do my best. Thank you, Per. I appreciate that, and thank you guys for being an amazing collective. It's a joy to do this work with you. And Miss Len, thank you for the follow. I like to think that we're doing this work together. Oh, that's so cool, Bridget. I appreciate that. All right, my friends, final call right now for anyone who has not had a card pulled today, who is a subscriber or, oh, I like them too. It's because often, and the thing about it, especially with the books, is sometimes what I feel called to put in the book is going to become relevant later. So it's good for me because, in a way, like I like to describe them, they're like my reading bookmarks. Um, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Oh, I got you. One card for It's My Please. Highest priority messages. Refer someone back to the conversation that you had about something. I keep on hearing, as per our earlier discussion, healthy relationship, um, in any context doesn't require us to feel like we're a broken record in terms of repeating something that we've asked for. So I feel like help another person understand why it might, like, and here's the thing about it, the more we have to repeat ourselves, the more it's common for us to get incensed. So being able to articulate to another how one feels prior to that occurring is how we make the best sense for one another, which is like being able to say, like, I want to have a conversation before I continue feeling this way, in terms of, like, I keep on hearing, resolve not resent. Resolve not resent. Thank you, dear. I do feel like to a certain extent, it's interesting question about the colors. I feel like they're qualifiers in terms of like where you might be currently on your journey is the best way to describe it. Okay. Absolutely. All right, my friends, I want to thank you again for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Turning on the bell will activate notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. Um, if you missed the daily collective read, it is currently up over on my stack and as a podcast, and it should be available over on the place where we keep the videos. If you became a paid member today or a super fan, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code for our next tarot class, which is going to be held next Friday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Court of Pentacles. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have my mod, K Megan. Thank you for everything that you do. I deeply, deeply appreciate you. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.